So, good morning. I guess I'm going to open very briefly. My name is Doug Gollin. I'm here as one of the academic leads of the STEG program, and I just want to welcome people to the workshop before we get going. Really exciting to see this theme workshop here. So STEG, for those of you, and I'm guessing some of you haven't had much involvement with it, it's a research program funded by the UK government through the AID program, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, to whom we're very grateful. But it's a program on, the STEG stands, it's an ugly acronym that stands for Structural Transformation and Economic Growth. And so we have 6 themes numbered, of course, 0 through 5, of which this is theme 5 on political economy and development. And we've been, this is the first year that we've had thematic workshops running in person. So previously we've done a bunch of stuff online, and we've been really excited to be able to organize a set of workshops in person this year. The STEG program is in the end of the 4th year of a 5-year cycle, but we've just heard that we're going to be renewed out to about 2028 or 2029 or sometime with a nice pile of money for further research here. So I just want to encourage all of you to stay involved in STEG. Leonard is one of our theme leaders and has been doing a fantastic job, along with Monica Martinez-Bravo, who's unfortunately has been moved into a really important position. Not that theme leader for STEG is less important, but she's now making social policy for Spain, as I understand it. And so she apologizes. I think she's emailed all of the presenters that she can't be here. But in any event, Leonard and Monica have been leading this theme for the past 4 years, and I'm hugely grateful. I'm also going to apologize at this moment because I'm going to have to duck out. I have to go be in the classroom tomorrow morning in the States. So I'm going to bow out just after the first presentation, maybe even before the discussion. But I wish you a wonderful and successful workshop. Leonard, do you want to say anything before you start?
Yeah. All right.
So maybe you should speak.
Yeah. So first of all, thanks all of you for joining us, particularly those who travel from far away to be here. Thanks also for our, not only the paper presenters, but also the discussants, because I know how tough of a job it is for a conference like this. So I have been, and I am still very grateful for STEG to put us in the position not only to insert political economy into the universe of themes that they cover, but also to use this as a platform to promote political economy research. You know, so when from all the themes that we cover, the central, we all see how central, you know, state capacity is, you know, how the ability of government to deliver is central for development. And try to develop a unified approach or a complementary approach and find a way to you know, to use this to serve other disciplines in development research, whether it's agricon, whether it's IO, whether it's macro. I think it's very, very important. And the papers that we have reflect not only the diversity of the field, but also the kind of progress that we have seen in the field for the past 20 years. So thanks again for coming, and I'm pretty sure we will have a fantastic you know, workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for having us and for giving us the opportunity to talk about our work. I'm very excited because this is like the 2nd time I'm presenting this paper, so it's very much work in progress. The paper is titled Bureaucratic Deliberation and Performance, and this is joint work with Leonard, who is here, and then Lazar, who couldn't be here. This is part of our larger research agenda, which is on trying to understand state capacity formulation, and you know, and I'll talk in more detail about how we think institutional experimentation is a way forward in this research agenda. And I look forward to your feedback. Is it working? Yeah. So by now, it's sort of widely recognized that state capacity is important for development. I think what is like a big open question in this field is how do you build that state capacity? So one way, which is sort of very under investigated, is you can think about experimenting with existing institutions. And there's like a big literature, not necessarily all of it within economics, but we know that institutions shape beliefs, they shape choices, and they shape incentives. And so if we were to tweak that institution, the existing institution, let's see whether that can lead to a big improvement in outcomes. So consider the case of accountability. I think I don't need to convince the audience here that accountability, corruption, it's like a big problem in developing countries, but obviously it's also a problem in developed countries. So, within bureaucracies, this remains a #1 challenge. And so the sort of approach that has been put forward by the literature is a top-down, let's build a top-down accountability system. Either the citizens through some community organization or the politician will sit down and monitor bureaucrats. And the idea is that that will improve outcomes, right? But these obviously have their own challenges and they encounter similar issues. So an often overlooked, in fact, it's not been discussed before at all, an overlooked alternative could be that bureaucrats sit together and as a collective, so not as two people, but as a whole collective in a local government, they sit together and they review and collectively deliberate on their own problems of performance and corruption, etc. Right? The trade-off here is that obviously, whenever you give people that kind of agency to do your own accountability, that autonomy itself can be a booster for performance. It can be a positive thing. The negative thing here is that, it's a possibility that once you have deliberation, which has the flavor of accountability, that in itself can heighten some kind of tensions in the organization. It can reduce trust and reduce social cohesion as well. So the paper asks, does collective deliberation among bureaucrats regarding their governance enhance overall performance? So I'm going to, because we're short on time, I'm going to give you the context, give you the details of the experiment and the data, and I'll show you the results right away. So here's the context. We worked with municipal administration in Benin. So Benin has 77 municipalities in total. Bureaucrats are your standard bureaucrats with fixed salaries, and they work at the discretion of the mayor. The bureaucracy we're looking at is very local, right? So they're giving out things like birth certificates, ID cards. They're involved in the construction of local roads, schools, health, water, sanitation. That's the kind of bureaucrat we're talking about here. The mayor can fire and yeah, exactly. And so the federal government transfers funds, and the federal government is the one that's really like doing the accountability for those funds. Those are called FADEC funds. And bureaucrats are basically designing, and they're involved in the municipal development plan. So they're really, involved in the planning of it, the execution, the monitoring of that local plan. So the organization that was also our partner for the experiment is the National Commission for Local Finance, which is CONAFIL. The federal government gives out these funds to local government, and then the federal government appoints these auditors, which are then really responsible for checking whether the fund has been used properly, whether there's transparency, whether the bureaucracy is doing their record keeping, whether they're doing their coordination. And that in itself gives us a good sort of performance measure. That's going to be the main part of the paper. So their emphasis is on record keeping, transparency of public procurement contracts, and then the quality of management. So what does that mean? Here I'm showing you across the treated and controlled municipalities. So these are all municipalities here. The blue ones are treated, the purple ones are controlled. And I'm showing you what the auditors were evaluating, like what the scores were for each of these municipalities in record keeping. This is at baseline, so before the experiment. So what do you mean by record keeping? What the auditors are checking are the following. So they're looking at maintenance of accounting records. They're looking at whether the archive was existing or not, whether it's equipped with storage furniture so that it's not like totally dilapidated, whether there are statements of transferred resources, and whether all the physical registers are updated, whether the monitor has actually gone in and done their stock taking which they're supposed to do. So this is like a I wouldn't want to say bare minimum, but this is something just so important for the functioning of the bureaucracy, at least as per the rules. Then we look at what they mean by transparency of public procurement. Again, the blue are treated municipalities, control are purple. And you can see that, by the way, this is like bare minimum, but they're still not meeting that bare minimum. So they're still like, the average is around 78, 79. And so in terms of transparency of public procurement, very important in most bureaucracies in developing countries, they're checking whether the secretariat of the public procurement agencies is functional, whether the agencies themselves that are supposed to do oversight, whether those are functional. They look at the number and exhaustiveness of the report. So they go through all the reports that public procurement offices have issued. They look at, details of that and whether they're actually doing their job properly or not. They look at details of the pilot fund, is that central government fund. They look at whether the procedures were properly followed or not in each and every one of these contracts. And they look at the quality of accounts and traceability of transfer, right? So you can think of this as a monitor sitting there and going through your entire years doing working and then checking whether any of this is like properly done and whether there's transparency. The third thing is they also look at overall management, right? And so here, and I'll be more clear, the data for baseline is just 2016. We don't have, they never did this before 2016. And again, the blue are treated and purple are controlled municipalities. In terms of overall management, there's this like head called Secretary General, and they're looking at how many meetings did that person conduct? Were they properly looking at, were the certificates for civil status, which is like birth certificate, death certificates, whether those are properly managed by them or not? So in some sense, they're also giving them scores on their overall management of the municipality. So the good thing for us is that there are incentives for the bureaucrats to receive higher scores. So well-performing municipalities would get higher money in the following year. And then the audit data that, the audit performance data that each municipality gets it sort of meaningfully captures performance of the municipality. Why can I say that? There are two pieces of evidence here. The first one is that if you look at the literature on Benin and looking at reports by IMF, by the World Bank, etc., and also academics, you will see that all of them will show and talk about CONAFIL as this institution, which is, above bar. They're like an example for other developing countries and how they do their audit management and their auditing process. And all of them report that there's very little collusion. In fact, there's no collusion between, at least that's what they report, between the auditors and the bureaucrats. So this is all meaningful data on performance that's coming down. The second more important piece of why this is a good performance measure, why this is meaningful, is because when you do a correlation of the Afrobarometer citizen experiences with municipal government in Benin, and you correlate that with the audit-based performance, there's a positive correlation of 0.44, and it's significant at the 10% level. So there is that, whatever the auditors are checking, it does translate in some way to the citizens as well. Okay, so now we come to the meat of the paper, which is the experiment. So, notice that what are we asking the governments to do? We're asking them to sit down in a room and do their own accountability. So you can imagine the challenges that come with that, right? And so, but we somehow managed, thanks to Leonard, we managed to do a field experiment at scale in direct partnership with the local governments, right? And so we were able to convince CONAFIL, and that CONAFIL worked with us. And so we had 20 randomly selected and representative bureaucracies with whom we work. So because the experiment was conducted at scale, so this sort of overcomes, or it helps us overcome some of the external validity issues that are so rampant in other RCTs. So what's the design? So again, notice that we're trying to build an institution where bureaucrats are deliberating on their own issues. And we need control, right? Because deliberation, it has to stay on accountability. It has to stay on the issues that we care about. And we have to be able to control that environment, right? And so what we did is we had 3 meetings 1 month apart. And the mayor was not invited. And we made sure that the mayor is not present because we wanted this to be like an accountability by the bureaucrats themselves. It all had, and they had to have the same structure. So there had to be a presentation of some information. I'll be clear about that. And then you were to open the floor up for discussion. And then we tried to keep the ratios sort of fixed throughout each one of the municipalities where the discussions were held. We were also very, very careful about giving information that was going to be discussed. Because if you put bureaucrats together, there's a literature, of course, that information itself is going to be distorted. So what we wanted is the deliberation to be based on information that is proper evidence that the research team can, collected together. And so what we did is we collected 3 pieces of evidence. We wanted like a holistic picture so that bureaucrats should discuss their relationships with the citizens, their relationships amongst themselves, and then obviously the spending and the relationship with the federation as well. So we had these 3 angles that we kept in mind. And what we did is a month before the experiment was to be, carried out, we got together all their audit reports from baseline. And then for each municipality, we would show them information from their audit report with the recommendation of the auditors. That was meeting 1. So we started with that, which is, here's what the auditor is saying, here's their recommendation. And the presentation went on for 30 minutes. And then there was a 30-minute discussion approximately. The second one was, we did a survey across the 20 municipalities. So we were very careful here to not introduce any social desirability bias. And so we did a survey across our 20 municipalities of the experiment. And we've created these aggregates of what the bureaucrat, believes are their hurdles, what are their problems, what are their relationship with each other. And then in the second meeting, we presented that aggregate picture. And we were very clear that anything you say is not going to be coming up as, say, Shan said this about the bureaucracy, okay? So that's the second thing. The third meeting was based on survey of citizens across the 20 municipalities. So we were like, citizens face this hurdle, that hurdle, and what do you think? And so notice that the first meeting is the one which has very concrete recommendations as well, because there are incentives, number 1, and then there are concrete recommendations as well, right? And then our enumerator, we just had one enumerator. We didn't want to introduce any kind of Hawthorne effect or anything. So the idea was that the enumerator is like a fly on the wall. So they're just sitting there noticing, the attendance. They took the attendance, and then all they were doing was giving us feedback on whether it's informative or not, the deliberation exercise. And we see that in the third meeting, they say enumerators found this to be less informative, meaning to say there was just a lot of discussion going on, naturally so, because this is about citizens. And then in the control municipalities, things were as they were. So this is how it happened. We did the information compilation in 2016 August, then first, second, and third meeting, and then we did an end-line survey of these bureaucrats. This is how the meeting took place. The average size of these bureaucracies is like 30 bureaucrats. So this is like a smallish event that took place. So a very quick description of the meeting. On average, 32 people attended. We left it to the bureaucrats if they wanted to invite an NGO person just to solve some issue. And most of these were bureaucrats that were there. Mayor was not present in any of them. The general secretary, who is the head of these local municipalities, was present in 97% of the meetings. The total duration was 95 minutes, and we tried to keep like I said, a similar structure for all of them. And 39% of it was devoted to presentation, and then 46% was devoted to discussion. An important thing here is that, if we set up this institution, in no state of the world are we going to make this mandatory, right? So an important sort of, in terms of the estimates from the bureaucrats themselves, the estimate of if that is going to be relevant for us is the ITT, right? And so in terms of compliance, all treated municipalities held the meetings, none in the control group. And you can think of the ITT estimates as like a effect from 60% compliance from the bureau. So in terms of data, like I said, our main performance measure would be this municipal audit-based performance, which is essentially the score given by the auditors to the municipality. So this is like an aggregate of the municipality, like what kind of performance measure are they getting from the auditors as a fraction of the maximum attainable by rules times 100. And so what we're able to do here is because we have municipality year panel data, we can look at the effects 3 years in as well. So this allows us to look at the aggregate effects from 2017, 18, and 19 as well. And so the data is from Conofil. We also wanted to obviously see what effects this had on citizens as well. And so for that, we're able to utilize this Afrobarometer data, which is a repeated cross-section from, one from baseline. And because the Afrobarometer has these waves, so you have 2014, 17, and then 21. So we're only able to utilize the 2017 one, which tells us that whatever results we see for citizens are going to be very short-run results.
Just one question for clarification to understand it better. So keyword guarantee needs introducing new information and allowing bureaucrats to discuss about it, right?
We're not really introducing because these audit reports are lying around with them. So what we're doing is collecting them and then making them sit together and deliberate on it.
The survey would give...
Surveys would be the new, yes. Okay, so the Afrobarometer data allows us to look at citizens' experiences, their perception, their experience with local government. We also wanted to see, and understand what happened within the bureaucracy. So then we collected an end-line survey right after the experiment finished. And there we asked the bureaucrats about their beliefs about corruption, enforcement of rule of law, and their cooperation with each other and trust in each other. So this is, I'll begin with showing you municipal level performance results, which is from 2014 to 19. It's like a simple two-way fixed effects. YMT is the municipal audit-based performance. It's in percentages. TMT is the dummy variable that turns on one right after the treatment. And then you have municipality and your fixed effects, and senators are clustered at the municipality. So this is our first result. So this is the outcome. So it's a little bit the other way around. So this is the outcome, which is municipal audit-based performance. You see that in the treated municipalities, after the experiment, you see an increase in their score of around 7 percentage points, right? Given that we had less clusters, we're also reporting the regular p-value, but also the randomization inference p-value. And you can see that in both of these cases, it's significant. The effect is large and it's significant. So this is like a moment of pause here. All we did was make the bureaucrats sit together, collectively deliberate on their performance, take a step back and deliberate on what the audit report is saying, and then the surveys, what the two surveys are saying. And this effect, notice again that, when I am not going to show you this here, but if you look at the event study, the effect is large in magnitude, though not statistically significant. It's large in magnitude for each of the 3 years. So this is like a persistent large effect from a very low cost intervention, right? And just to give you, there are papers that show that once you disaggregate the index, you're going to lose a little bit of power. But the reason I'm showing you effects by each of the 3 categories is because I want to be clear about where the effect really is coming from. So this is not significant because we have less power. But in terms of record keeping, the treatment led to an increase of 9 percentage points. There was less of an increase in transparency of public procurement. There's like an increase of 6 percentage points. But the largest effect is coming from the overall management that the bureaucracy is looking at. So the score they're giving in overall management is there's an increase of around 14 percentage points that the auditors are giving to these people. Okay, and even for all 3 of them, you see that there are persistent effects. The persistent effect is the biggest here in this case. Okay, so in terms of citizens' perceptions and experience, we see that there's a positive, because we're looking at short-run effects, there's a positive, insignificant effect on different aspects of the city. So you see that in the treated municipalities, there's an improvement in citizens' experiences of 0.12 standard deviation, but that's not significant. You see improved perception. So when I'm just talking about the sign of the coefficients here, there's an improved perception of accountability, lower probability of payment of bribes, and a higher ease of access to services as well. So remember that these 2 variables were positively correlated. We're looking at short-run effects here, and we are beginning to see some effects on the citizens' outcome, although they haven't really fully materialized as yet. So in terms of mechanism, till now, most of the work, including Leonard's work, they talk about deliberation for, say, education and health and or voting, and people come together, they talk about their problems. So none of those earlier sort of deliberation exercises in the literature are really about accountability. The difference here is that we are making deliberation as an accountability institution itself. And so obviously, when you bring in that flavor, there's bound to be a little bit of what we call maybe it's like fear or anticipation that you can get caught in the future. And those are the sort of things that the institution can then sort of solidify in the local government. So what we did, like I said, we had end-line survey of bureaucrats right 1 month after the experiment ended. And we asked them questions on beliefs about enforcement of rules and their trust and cooperation at the workplace. So this is like a regular cross-sectional data. And so we have outcomes which are measured for each of these bureaucrats. And then the treatment is at the municipality level. So let's first look at the bureaucrats' beliefs about enforcement of rules, a rule of law. So as you can see, we ask them questions about, do you think the council is engaged in corruption? Do you think other bureaucrats are engaged in corruption? Do you think the private vendors are engaged in corruption? So for all of them, by the way, these squares are coefficients, and then you have 95% and 90% confidence interval. And so you can see that the most significant, I mean, they are all positive, but the most significant is for private vendors. And so the bureaucrats' beliefs that there is corruption around them has gone up. Then in terms of enforcement of rules, they are less likely to believe that rules for public procurement in particular, hiring not so much, but the magnitude is the same, that enforcement of rules for public procurement are not followed, right? And so the index is telling you, actually the index is telling you about the beliefs about enforcement. The effects are not just on the mean. There is, by the way, a confidence interval, which you can't see here, but the effect, it has literally, like, the treatment has shifted the entire distribution to the left. So apart from the very right tail, there's a shift in the distribution of beliefs about enforcement of rule of law and compliance with rules. Next, we ask them about, because we do expect that if there's going to be accountability and accountability by other bureaucrats, there might be some social tensions that can happen. And so we asked them questions about bureaucrats' level of trust. And they had, following the treatment, they had lower trust in the council and, for other bureaucrats as well, but it's not statistically significant. And by the way, notice that here the social desirability bias is going to go in the opposite direction, right? They're not going to want to say, oh, we are very corrupt. So the fact that we can still see corruption, it is a big part of the part of the evidence. Yeah.
There are like the overall
their own, yeah, within their own local government, within their own municipality.
How do you interpret it? So basically, the information they learn that their peers are being corrupt and no one is controlling.
So they learned that the private vendors that actually procure from the government, they're corrupt. They learned that other people, so there is corruption, the beliefs that there's corruption and there's like lack of enforcement has gone up, which then translates into better performance later on, because there's the probability that people, seniors have also sort of updated their belief and think that you can be caught later. That has gone up. And so, did you have a follow-up question?
No.
Oh, I thought you. Okay, so this is like a belief. So they're updating their beliefs about what's happening in the organization, right? So it's possible that 2 or 3 bureaucrats have a collusive agreement somewhere, and then 2 or 3 another, they have their own like mini pockets of collusive agreements. And then when you open it up for discussion, that collusive agreement becomes like, everybody knows that everybody else might be watched and they can be checked in the future. And so there's this collective belief going up that the enforcement of rule of law is less, which means that they feel that they will be checked more in the future. And that can be generating actually a positive effect as well, right? On performance, yeah.
That what we experiment is about thinking about all these amount of data, all these discovery production, would expect
But this is about themselves, right? So we're saying in your organization, are rules enforced for public procurement? And the fact that they say no is going against them, right?
But you then seeing the rule, thinking about the results that you show that the public procurement are not enforced. So it's kind of, you could even interpret it as a test if you understand the result.
Yes.
Say that it's not like, well, that's why I asked whether they're also asked about all the research other parts. It could be like sometimes you could interpret it as they think there is no corruption, but it would also be thinking about, oh, they showed me that there is corruption, so I should say that there is corruption.
So there are 2 things here, right? If they were able to, I know. Thanks. So if they were able to absorb the audit report that was presented and update their belief, that's precisely the mechanism we're interested in. So that's great. But you're saying if there is a social desirability bias, then that's a problem. But you're saying that probably is not that big a problem. But I think
it's part of the. I was just trying to think about like whether part of it, whether what the learning is they understood.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so there's lesser trust in council, which is the the council where the mayor is. 6 minutes left. Okay, so then we looked at the effect of these meetings on cohesion. So we have a bunch of different outcomes here. So we asked them whether they think that the meetings help them solve conflict between colleagues, administrative dysfunction, poor working conditions, and lack of recreational activities. So all of the, I mean, there's a large effect which is statistically significant. They think that meetings can actually not help with conflicts between colleagues. They can increase, in some sense, administrative dysfunction. They can increase poor working conditions. On recreation, there isn't much. And then we also ask them questions on, do colleagues discuss work together, organize recreational activities, organize workshops, perform indisposed co-workers' jobs. So what we're trying to get at here is some kind of social cohesion and cooperation, and then discuss to solve conflict, and then report conflict to hierarchy. So you can see that throughout here, we see a negative effect on trust. We see a negative effect on their perceptions of meetings and that kind of social cohesion, and this conflict and dysfunction. They're not more likely to cooperate with each other. And so that remains flat. And so this is really the paper. So do you want to take a picture? Go for it. So this is really the paper. The key takeaway here is collective deliberation, which is, really a change in the institution itself. It improved municipal performance, which is the collective performance. We saw some positive, although very weak effects on the citizens' experience and perceptions of accountability. There were lower bureaucratic beliefs about enforcement of rule of law and compliance with rules, and it led to a fall in trust and social cohesion. So the fact that there was accountability, it generated some kind of fear within the organization. And so that led to a fall in trust between bureaucrats. This could possibly have led to some coordination failure as well. So the last point, the fact that there's less trust and social cohesion, it could maybe result in some kind of passive waste as well in the organization. And this, by the way, is the first evidence on how deliberation can also result in negative social interactions within the organization. And so, am I out of time? Maybe one. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of contribution, the paper is bringing in, we've had Leonard's work, which is on public deliberation to improve political process between the voters and the politician. We show that actually deliberation among bureaucrats can be just as important as deliberation between politicians and voters. And, there's now a sort of upcoming literature on how autonomy of the bureaucrats is important. And there's that literature on corruption. This is the first paper that has actually sort of endogenized bureaucratic autonomy and also brought bureaucratic deliberation on the table as a menu to sort of work towards more accountability in local governments. We also contribute to the management literature overall. We know now that management, of course, is important. It's also important in public sector bureaucracies. And, there's a paper by Oriana which shows that there's an existence of passive waste. What we are doing is bringing in collective deliberation as a management practice itself. And then, there's that literature on frictions in communication and knowledge. And what we are saying is that collective communication is not just about exchange of skills. It can be about accountability as well. So thank you very much. Do you want? You have a slide? Thank you. It's not being shared. And then. Okay, now go up. You can hide it.
Yeah, but first I need to hide this thing.
I can. Yeah. Hide. Yeah. No. Good. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for having me discuss this thing. Good presentation by Sean. Hadn't seen in a while. So let me be quick here. So again, there's here a lot of recent literature focus on state capacity as a constraint on development. And this, of course, is a hugely important part of the concept, by the way. But I think that because of availability of data, the focus in this literature has actually moved towards actually progress. One aspect of all this. And the logic here seems to be ironclad. You need a competent bureaucracy to get policies implemented. So, how would policy design on the ground?
Of course, this brings in all the literature from managerial economics, basic organizational economics about selection and incentives. And when this doesn't work very well, then we either have moral hazard problems, shorting and corruption, etc., or selection problems that people have to live on top of that. And therefore, there's of course a huge rich literature on monitoring and external accountability of different types that's been discussed, vertical, horizontal, all kinds of combinations. The idea being typically you take the bureaucrat as one body, and then the two other bodies, the political body and the citizens, and then there's different combinations of how you make these three different bodies interact to improve the performance of the bureaucracy. So in this paper, it's a big innovation here. It's like think about a different mechanism, which is basically what I would call internal deliberation. So it's meeting of bureaucrats by themselves to discuss their collective performance, and then, presumably get, not obvious actually what the mechanism is, re-energized. I mean, somehow this leads to better performance, right? I'm calling it internal because it's actually slightly different. I was thinking about this from the literature on other kinds of literature that is also on deliberation, right? So some of the work by Leonard himself basically has politicians meeting with citizens and deliberating in a way I would call that more external. That's actually similar to the accountability literature. Here you could have done in principle the same thing. You could have put in a room, have bureaucrats, have citizens, and have them talk, open their hearts about their problems and travails. And then, this would apply to that, right? That's not the idea here, right? The idea here is to have these guys in a closed room, talk among themselves and see and get outcomes. Right? Of course, it's always, these almost like multifaceted treatment by definition, right? When people start talking, you just don't know what's going to come up, right? So basically, I was thinking about, put here a few bullet points about what the different mechanisms could actually be. I'm sure I'm forgetting several, right? So, the first thing, so the difference between deliberation and other kinds of treatment is this, by definition, a social event. These guys are actually meeting in a room for, in this case, about an hour, 3 times, right? So this could actually even change attitudes, independent of what we're discussing about. It could change even attitudes about the collective. Now maybe we are more friendly or less friendly if we start fighting in this discussion. So this could change attitudes and even perceptions of belonging to a group. There's all kinds of social dynamics that can get triggered just by putting people in a room, right? Then, of course, the fact that it's internal generates empowerment in itself, right? So, we're supposed to solve problems by ourselves without somebody coming down and telling us what to do. So, and there's all this literature about, empowerment, autonomy and empowerment being good in itself. So that basically would be just another channel. And then there's information itself, right? So, and in particular, so that's kind of these 2 points I think of, information and also certain emphasis, right? If you, presumably, by putting people in a room and discussing this particular type of information, maybe we knew this information was around, but now it's been made more salient, right? Because we're discussing it. So that's just to keep in mind. I think some of the questions was also in this direction. Like we have outcomes, will be, they can come from a combination of this. Okay, so again, you've seen the structure, implementation to the municipalities. That seems like a small number, but given that Benin has 77, that's actually it's literally a very large experiment. And I think there's been extreme care, this is my reading of the paper, of generating this uniform structure in the meeting, which I think is important. Otherwise, treatment could be actually very different across the municipalities. So then we have yet another problem of aggregation, right? And again, there's, in a way, the treatment is three treatments, 3 meetings to discuss this audit performance, these bureaucrats' perceptions, and the citizens' perception. They want to, because these come from different data sets, right? This is this established audit data that existed before, meaning these bureaucrats could have looked at it before if they felt like. Right. In fact, in some places, there's supposed to be a meeting to discuss these things. Right. While these other 2 are coming from the author's own survey of, I'm assuming, bureaucrats and citizens in those municipalities, telling the questionnaires about the problems that they have. And then the effects are measured. So this is a treatment. Then how do we measure the effects? I guess I would say the headline outcome is basically the performance measurement itself. Right, which you have before and after, which is actually very convenient. And then we have citizens' perception that doesn't actually come from author survey, that's my understanding. It actually comes from the Afrobarometer, right? Which may have different questions. It's, so there's a different, you can really already see a distance between this treatment and this outcome, and these treatments and these outcomes, because they don't have the same structure. And same thing with the bureaucrats, right? So there's an annual bureaucrat survey, but my understanding, actually, I didn't understand very well in the paper. I think my understanding is that this survey here is doesn't have the same structure as the survey here. It's a slightly different animal, right? Okay. So anyway, so I think it's an impressive effort here, the implementation and measurement, because it's trying to get at the three stakeholders here, bureaucrats themselves, okay. So the results, anyway, very quickly, right? So the performance according to our field improves. I mean, so there's yes, so some point estimates go positively, but through this, they're well within understood p-values. And then there's these effects that are kind of a bit shocking. I mean, shocking. They're actually, I find them very interesting, right? So, if you didn't have this and you look at this at outcomes, you would say, well, this kind of Wi-Fi, right? You have these guys put together in a room, and all of a sudden, they don't trust anybody, they don't trust themselves, they don't trust the politicians. They tell us that the work environment has come down. This actually doesn't look great, right? In this sense. Which is, so again, discuss. I don't have any sort of identification here. Everything looks well run as far as I can tell. But I think we have, because of what we discussed, there are actually more issues of interpretation, right? So, which come into flavors, right? How do we think about the treatment itself? And then how do we think about this output that we're measuring? So that's more. Then I think I have a couple of nitpicking points along the way, but you can really, So let me. So first, a couple of small points first. Mayors were not present at the meetings. I think that's good because we're trying to see what internal accountability that I was discussing. But I noticed, at least in the paper, that says that this other character, this Secretary General, is actually present in every meeting. This name to me, maybe it's because of Communist Party implication. This smells to me like somebody with some degree of authority. In the paper is described to refer as a coordinator, but we all know how Communist parties, the same way that democracy isn't really anyway. So is this some kind of supervisor of bureaucrats, or because if it is, then all of a sudden the internal part, we go back to now. I don't know what we're talking about. You have these guys sitting in the back of the room, thinking about what all these guys are discussing. I honestly don't know who these guys are. And then just a general point, again, I read this version of the paper, which was a few months old, and probably the table suggests that there's about 40% of the time is presentation of information, which is different in the three meetings. And then, 46% of the time is the actual discussion. I reading the paper, I found myself wanting to know a lot more about this information that was being presented. If only to understand at least one of the channels would be just the information itself. Like what kind of, how was this summarized? Are they only getting information from their own municipality, or they're comparing the municipality with the rest of the places that you're showing? You said that just to get a sense about how this could have gone, right? The Conafield one is actually in a way the simplest one because it's standardized. It's been, but the other two, we kind of have very little information, at least the paper as I read it, about what was actually being presented to the people, to the bureaucrats. Okay, so and here in a way I'm digging a little bit into this. So how rich are these audits, and in particular, what was discussed? Because one issue here is, did you actually discuss the precise methodology of this numerical score is being produced? In particular, because you can see a world in which the first discussion is actually extremely actionable, right? They're telling you, you sit in this meeting, they're telling you, we really care about these scores. And then we're also telling you, and by the way, if you want to improve the score, make sure that there is no dust in the shelves, right? So then, okay, now I know what I have to do for the next year. I'm going to be dusting my shelves. Very well, this is very clear, what I need to do, right? While this I can discuss together, the survey for workers and the citizen is not that obvious that you're going to get, you ask the bureaucrats, here I'm just pulling things from the paper. There's some paragraph about, it was about knowledge of rules and regulations, perception on roles of administration, interaction with colleagues, etc. Same thing with citizens, right? So focus on involving local politics, demand for services. So it's okay. So were these summarized in scores, or it was just some open-ended great hits kind of sentences here and there like this? Because this could result basically, and that's what I have here. This could result in discussions that have actually a lot less in terms of actionable immediate outcomes that I can do something to change this thing. Right? It's just a bunch of paragraphs pulled out from open-ended questions it feels very different from a bunch of numbers that I know exactly what I need to do to fix them. Right? Okay, so now, again, questions in measurement. Okay, so this is, again, it's very clear. Your yield reports are clear, are yearly. We have them before and after the treatment. So this lends itself extremely naturally to definitive estimation, right? And one way of reading, actually, let me go here. One way of reading this, which you've already shown, is that one possibility here is that if different municipalities are falling short on different of these three aspects, and the discussion makes it very clear what we need to improve the overall aspect, that would also look like this, right? Because there would be a lot, standard deviation would be large here. Some municipalities would fix this, others to fix this. So therefore, this is not significant itself, but then the summary would be, right? Because everybody's fixing the thing that they. That's also consistent to me, maybe, of this thing about this discussion be actually extremely useful for getting our scores up. Because we're learning exactly which one of these three things we're actually doing worse, and in particular, exactly what we need to do to fix one. And your municipality might be different from one, and from that one, and that's why basically we don't have. You see what I mean? Yeah, so that's. And then the other thing, there was this graph in the paper. I noticed actually, so of course that's what DVD should take care of, right? But if you look like in the control, there's clearly a big change in the distribution of scores also. I mean, again, DVD is supposed to take care of this. And that's, by the way, when you look at this, you see very clearly the definitive estimate that, basically this thing, clearly, this is the first of the dominant shift of distribution with respect to this, right? But at the same time, it kind of begs the question, it's a funny shift from the pre to the post, right? I think the average kind of looks like it's going down in the control, but it also becomes a lot more narrow, the distribution. So maybe there's something about, I think you said something about one of the three elements being new only in the post or something. I wonder if there's an element that's. Okay, so that's that. Now, again, the citizens' views are expected from Afrobarometer, right? So that's kind of a way higher level survey. The good thing of this is that you can also do DVD because you have the wave before and the wave after the treatment, right? But of course, the samples are tiny by village, right? So that's obvious that might actually also be that might actually make it very hard to actually find effects there, right? On the other hand, it's also true when you look here that you really have excellence go. I mean, you have signs going in all kinds of ways. So it's not obvious. So basically, this is from the Afro-Aurora when you basically look at pull out all the different outcomes. There's positives and there's some negatives. So it's not obvious. So it's not immediately obvious to me here that the problem is power, but it actually may be, right? Because when you look at we're talking about 10 to 15 maybe respondents per municipality. So it could just be, maybe with a bigger survey, this thing should come up. And then, of course, you had this pre-meeting survey that asked some specific things. Maybe the problem here is budget as usual, right? But to make this equivalent to this, you would have liked to have, in a way, the same survey in the post, so that we're really comparing apples with apples, and apples with apples and with the treatment in a way, right? And then a similar thing for the bureaucrats, right? The thing with bureaucrats, though, is that you only use the post-treatment. I'm assuming because some of these questions are not asked exactly. So now here we're actually, this is a cross-sectional regression. This is not a definitive anymore, right? Which means interpreting the coefficient is slightly different now, because now we're really comparing treatment and control. We cannot really say that treatment reduced these guys where it's just, and more importantly, for some of these outcomes, actually, they look a bit, I don't know how to interpret, for example, these results about the meetings being important, meetings should continue or not, when half of the people that are answering are in the control, are workers in the control villages that actually have not had the meetings, right? So if I understand this, to be able to run this thing, it means that you have of course, you ask the same survey in treatment and control. So this coefficient basically compares the answers of people that have had the meetings with the answers of people that have not had the meetings, but are asked a question that for them is hypothetical, like, would you like to have these meetings happen here or something? Do you think these meetings are important, right? And I just don't know how to interpret it. Do we think of this that are we learning something about the meetings or about the beliefs that the people that have not had the meetings would have about what would happen here if we had the meetings? You see, I mean, but in any case, we have these effects, which like, these are the ones that are kind of like what is going on here, right? So more conflicts, more dysfunctions, poorer working conditions when we're actually comparing control and treatment, right? So the control will expose, these are all exposed, but in the control one, we treat it randomly, telling you that they have worse working conditions, more conflict with them, right? And this summary is just, it's actually bad. I happen this very bad. And then there's the tracing. Okay, so the overall conclusion. So again, reading the paper, and the paper actually is kind of, I guess I know the co-authors, so that kind of makes sense. They're nice people. They want to improve the world. So we did well here. The liberation improved performance. These things are going to get better audits. There's no doubt about it. Well, then you read the conclusion, maybe it looks, well, it's simple. They use the risk coordination as an effect, but whatever, the things are right. That's basically we just. Of course, I'm a cynical person. I'm not an author. So let me. That's just I have no idea what's happened, right? So you could imagine a world in which basically the meetings really increase the saliency of these audits. Again, they provide also clear ways of improving these things. So now the bureaucrats are working towards getting these things fixed, right? But actually, maybe the bureaucrats themselves know that having the shelves cleaned up doesn't really do anything for the citizens' work. So then they feel like, okay, so now I have to do more paperwork, more whatever, so the auditors are happy. I know that it's a total waste of time. So frankly, I'm not too happy with my job now. Now I'm doing a lot of red tape and stuff that I think that is only to make the auditors happy, put them in black or whatever they consider there, right? Now, but it might be true actually, by the way, that the positive side effect might still be there actually by following process more properly. In fact, we are reducing corrupted human, right? But that, in a way, that would be one way of understanding these negative effects on people's morale. One way of thinking about this is that bureaucratic morale and mistreatment seems to go down, right? People like their job less, in a way, and their colleagues, right? Anyway, that's just, anyway, so that, and then of course express that, so actually, yes, I'd rather not have these meetings again. I'd rather not, I don't. And I have to do this, I don't know, but that's another, I think it's as coherent as interpretation of the universe of results as the rosy one. I just don't know. So let me conclude. Here's a fascinating study. This is certainly a novel organizational tool, and it would be nice again to understand the multifaceted nature of this treatment. Again, as a reader, I would really like to have more information about this information provided and to the extent to which it could lead to actionable conclusions or not, right? And again, the results, I don't know what if I'm right or less, right? I don't know, the results could be interpreted positive or negative. Really, to me, the real thing is really depending on how much weight you want to give to these audits, right? If we actually think that these audits are measuring something that goes beyond, procedural appropriateness, that it actually, when these things are done properly, then actually it is true that the bureaucracy is working better and delivering better results, then we're fine, right? Although we still need to understand those final results of the bureaucracy themselves, right? And the truth is, there's good reason to imagine that, in a way, following procedure, maybe it's the least that a bureaucracy should do. So in a way, maybe in a way, it's enough, maybe it should be important, right? Because, it's hard to imagine a world in which these guys are not even able to keep their record straight. But somehow they're actually making the citizens happy. So maybe, but it seems to me that this argument needs to be made, right? Because otherwise it's an assumption that what the bureaucrats, what the auditors measure is really what the citizens care about. And we just don't know. Let me conclude.
Thank you. So absolutely wonderful. I'm going to ask for your slides. I do have a couple of comments. I think my apologies that you got the version of the paper before we made many of the changes that I presented today. So part of it is that. So I'm going to talk about a few things. One is, so internal deliberation is by the bureaucrats. That does not mean that we got rid of all hierarchy, right? It's not a horizontal deliberation. It's internal deliberation, which means, and we should be clear about that in the paper, which means it's by the bureaucrats, which means that there will be some monitors, which means those monitors will have their own perceptions about what's happening at the center. And so the argument that we're making is really internal. It's not like just horizontal. So that's one. The second thing is about the salience of audits and this idea that, so my first reaction to this was similar to yours, which is, what does that mean? So you're following more rules. And so then we looked into more detail. We have to translate the reports, et cetera, and looked at more details about what these things are. So on the face of it, yes, it's like oh, you have more, you're following more rules of public procurement, following more rules of like archiving, everything's written down, overall management is good. I think an important piece of trying to interpret these results is its correlation with citizen experience. The fact that this is not just like another tick mark that the bureaucrat does, but it translates into now what we have is an index of citizen experience from the Afrobarometer, and it's positively correlated. So the correlation coefficient is around 0.44, which is not so, like, it's not that close to zero or negative, which means that when you improve these audit-based performances of the municipalities, it does lead to an improved outcome for the citizen in terms of less bribes paid, living standards. I think even their perception of the official going punished, unpunished. The results you were showing here today were from, it had a lot of the council itself. Now we've cleaned up that table and gotten rid of the council. So it's really like focusing on the bureaucrat. And when we just focus on the bureaucrat and do an index so that we don't have that multiple hypothesis testing thing, when we look at just the index, it's positively correlated, but it's not that precise. And so there is that connection of that audit with that. The third thing is about salience. So that too is something, and I was like, maybe it's just that, it's probably that we just discussed this stuff. And so I think there, the most important piece is that we're looking at results three years in, right? So these audit results are 2017, 18, 19 is when we see these effects. So it was just salience, then we'd probably see an effect for, maybe the month or two later. The audit that is even happening in 2017 is in 1 year later, like in December. So the fact that something is showing up means something did stick. And I'm very sympathetic to the fact that we didn't show too many details about how, the data was presented. It was mostly presented to the audience in that room when they're collectively deliberating as like a closed-ended percentages. So what percentage of bureaucrats know rules about procurement? And they would say 2% or 20% or whatever. And then, but you're right in saying that audit had more of a concrete do this, right? Whereas bureaucrats and citizens were more open-ended, like, oh, so you have this problem, now people will discuss, should we do workshops to improve training or whatever? So you're right that the interpretation there is a little bit like, we don't know what then was done in terms of recommendation in the room. So we should be adding, so in the paper, we're now going to be adding more details about what happened in the meeting so that it's more concrete. And I think maybe I can take questions from the room and then we can have a chat offline.
What are bureaucrats doing? Are they going to work? Or are they actually working on something? Because if in the extreme, what this could be leading to through the internal accountability is that they're actually working. And you would expect conflict to arise from people actually doing work when someone is not.
So
That is a bit more quiet for each the person.
wonderful. I'll connect a few questions and then Sylvia, and then we'll come to. Mm-hmm.
And certainly so maybe they're potentially compromised to look at what to be highly transferred. I just want to sort of understanding better why it's on there.
Okay. Yeah.
One smaller and bigger question. The smaller one is the correlation between the citizens' satisfaction and the audit result. Easy to measure in general with your guys, because that would be what I'm interested in. So it could be that normally audit results and citizens' satisfaction are correlated, but the changes you get here are only these results because they're going to strikes from each text. Normally, yes, as results are related ability, but then when that's not so much. But the bigger question, which is very related to what Sylvia was asking, is what are the politicians? Because you start to say, well, these guys serve the pleasure of the man, and then you have this whole deliberation in which the only people you're not how happy the mail is. I did 5 minutes of Googling on banana media. I go, oh yes, there's these terrible fights, the general secretaries are constantly leaving when anyone was murdered by the mayor because they didn't get along. It's like, okay, so they would like to know more about that. Your suggestions for bureaucracy that shouldn't be serving the mayor, should be serving the auditors instead. There could be some.
Okay. Thank you.
What you have at the end is that it's a factor that must be. I don't say it's always like that, but might be an outcome of following the instructions. Even if it is procedural, even if it's record keeping, we do nasty things because the mayor said nasty thing, then you have to pilot and away. Pilot is to have back keeping of the records. And this meeting, the brokerage that there is something that is not going well here, they suddenly think, okay, so this, you can have an argument, say, no, we have to do our job well. And then the mayor say, have to hide this thing. We'll say, we cannot do it, because the auditors are not to tell us.
Yeah.
A bad job.
Yeah.
So,
I see. Okay, so I think maybe in some random order, I'm looking at my notes. So the first thing is, who is the principal here? We are looking at them being monitored by, I mean, there's the mayor, and then there's that CONAFIL, right? CONAFIL is the one that gives them money, and they are the ones that are the more sort of impartial judge here, and they're the ones that send auditors who sit and go through everything. So the one thing that I think was connected to this one, so even in the control municipalities, you have this top-down approach. So we're not breaking down the top-down approach, right? So the politician monitoring them and the CONAFIL monitoring them is existing. That institution is not, sort of taken, we haven't gotten rid of it. So that is there in the control as well. And in the treatment, what we're doing is, on top of that, we're adding this deliberation exercise. So we're not ruling out anything that's top-down. We're saying when we, on top of that top-down, if we introduce a deliberation institution, that's what the result is. I think a lot of this discussion around, oh, we're doing the right job, which is just paper-based, and then we're not really doing anything. I think, again, I'm very sympathetic to that because we have all dealt with bureaucracies and we know what red tapeism means in emotional and personal costs. But I think what we need to take into account is that this audit-based data is correlated with this measure of citizens' experience. And the question on whether it's within your municipality, within your setting or outside, we're looking at, this is at a municipality level. So this is correlated at the municipality level, that the higher the audit score for the municipality, the more on average satisfied are the citizens with that municipality's performance. In terms of their less likelihood of bribes, more likelihood of, the people being punished, their perception that people will be punished if there's corruption, etc. Okay. And so, that idea that the third thing I think that was mentioned was also connected to this, which is you have a top-down thing, and we don't really, your suggestion that we don't really know what happened in terms of spillovers to the mayor or not, right? I think the fact that you're seeing negative effects on those social interactions suggests that what you're saying probably happens, although that wasn't the main aim of the paper, to look at how the relationship between the mayor and the bureaucrat changed. But those results, exactly, on trust and the increase in their perception of corruption tells you that probably they did use. I mean, we don't have direct measure of what that interaction is, but that is probably consistent with our story as well. Yeah. We're out of time.
So let me say a few words. So this is go back, sorry. No. You remove, but then it's paid. And then the question is how long will it take? It's possible that the negative impact that happens long when people get rewarded by the fact that the performance did increase. You see what I mean? So, and then the second point is that, later on, what we want to do, this is the kind of experimentation I think is interesting. So then you think that it can't carry cost. have to reduce the cost. We have to edit another time this new institution so that we can minimize the cost. Let's say, for instance, I'm making it up, like, make sure that after those audits, you organize the music festival, set up the football team, So then the fear factor that came out of this deliberation, because, consistent, it's a lot of work. People might see the wall, the ground shaking around. And what we see might be the expression disappear. And if there is a way, and I think there is a word on mafia that.
Yes, in sociology.
Yeah, where, in an environment where there's a lot of silence, when things start shaking, things start opening up, you see improvement, less crime, but at the same time, people are less costly because they are scared about what might happen next. How to go with that might be the subject of another kind of round of work that we can do. But then I think, continuing what she said, we need to sort of respond to this question, to application, concept better. So, but then, after that, I have to ask ourselves, so how do we make things even better? How do we sort of focus? Deliberation can have this positive income from performance, but how can we reduce the cost? How can we keep people together despite the fact that? How do we allow people to hear? So I think it's a challenge that I think we make sure we try.
I didn't answer John Marco, but I'll catch you later in interest of time. Am I out of time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you're not.
Maybe first you want to hide the banner.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so thanks for having me here. This paper is called Climate Change and Political Participation, Evidence from India, and it's joint work with Amrita Mirapu and Juan Pablo Ruth. So, well, we all know about climate change. We know that temperatures have increased all over the world. Actually, if we compare temperatures nowadays with temperatures in the pre-industrial period, and we look at in which areas the number of hot days or larger than 1.5 degrees or larger than 2 degrees have been taken place, well, mainly around in the middle of the tropics, and actually the increase is larger in regions that are more dependent on agriculture. So it's going to affect developing countries more. People in rural parts of developing countries are really vulnerable to these extreme weather events. And actually, if we think about their livelihoods, around 67% of people in poor countries live in rural areas. And we could even think that 70%
of the global poverty is rural. Then it affects, climate change is going to affect them more because their livelihoods are based in rural areas. They usually have small subsistence and low productivity farms, and actually they have fewer institutions that allow them to mitigate risks such as the credit markets or insurance. So we know from the literature that there is a nonlinear relationship between temperatures and agricultural productivity. So basically temperatures increase and that could increase productivity, but there is a point in which the temperature is so high that agricultural productivity comes down. And we know that farmers react to this and households also react to this, either by changing the composition of their crops, changing their inputs, they even change consumption. Sometimes they decide to migrate, they dispose of livestock. What we don't know is whether there is a democratic response to this. So whether democracy and political participation can be a mechanism to react to climate change. So do people in poor countries, when they see that it gets warmer and that affects their livelihoods, change their political participation? So we use data from state assembly constituencies in India. And first we check that actually extreme temperatures reduce agricultural productivity, but we also look at how the political situation changes. So we look at voter behavior. Basically, we look at turnout, and we look at candidate participation. We look at whether there are changes in the pool of candidates, and we also look at electoral outcomes. Are they electing different politicians? Are they punishing the incumbent? So basically, understanding this is going to allow us to see what are the political implications of climate change in developing countries, and also to see whether democracy could be a way to react to climate change and could allow citizens in poor countries to do something about it. So we contribute, I'm not going to discuss the literature in length, but there is a large literature on the effects of climate change in developing countries. We contribute to this by looking at the political response. There's also literature that looks at how politicians react to different shocks. We contribute to this literature by looking at candidate selection. So the way in which we look at politician action, looking at candidate selection. There is also literature that look at how voters respond to shocks, basically by turning out in elections. And here we contribute to this by looking at the effects on how climate affects turnout. And there is also literature that looks at how negative shocks affect electoral outcomes, and we contribute to this by looking at the effects of climate change and how it affects electoral outcomes. So we do it using Indian data. India is the world's largest democracy. It has a parliamentary system, both at the federal and at the state level. And the higher levels, very high levels of political participation in India. We focus on the state governments, first of all, because the state governments are those in charge of most of the development and agricultural policies, but also state elections are taking place in different states at different points in time. So this allows us to also have a little bit more cross-country and time variation. So we use data from politicians from the log data. We have data at the assembly constituency level with a lot of data on candidate characteristics between 2008 and 2017. We also have data on candidate characteristics provided by the candidates themselves, such as income, their assets, education, the committed crimes, and so on, from the academics data that come from the SHRAC, but also from the Association for Democratic Reforms. We have precipitation data from CEPR at a very local level, at a 5.6 kilometer square level. Agricultural views come from the satellite. We have annual net primary production that comes from the MODIS tool on the NASA Terra satellite. We have it at the 1 kilometer. And then temperature, we use land surface temperature, also from MODIS at the 5.6. kilometer. We have daily data on temperatures and. So basically, we built our empirical approach on this relationship between temperature and agricultural productivity, which is nonlinear. So then we use two types of specifications. First, a semi-parametric specification, when we look at the effects of the proportion of days that fall in different temperature bands. So for example, that band would be the proportion of days that fall between 9 and 10 degrees temperature. And then that's useful because it allows us to more or less work out what is the threshold above which temperatures start affecting negatively agricultural productivity. And then our primary specification, using this high frequency temperature data that we have, we can create two variables. One is the proportion of harmful degree days, the proportion of days where the temperatures are higher than the threshold, and the proportion of degree days, which is the proportion of days where temperatures are within more acceptable threshold. So here, the harmful degree days would be given by this proportion of days where temperatures are above some value tau, and the degree days, the proportion of days where temperatures are above, well, between 8 and this value of tau. And then we can put this in a regression, and what we are interested here mainly is on the coefficient B2. What is the effect of these harmful discrete days, these very large temperatures on our outcomes? We control for precipitation and precipitation square. However, nothing changes if we take it out. We control for district fixed effects, even though we also try specifications with state year, and even constituency fixed effects, 4-year month fixed effect as well, and we classify them at the constituency level. So something that we know already from the literature is that if temperature increases, agricultural productivity starts dropping. So if we look at this graph, whether these are coefficients from different B's, whether we use say fixed effects, district fixed effects, or say year fixed effects, we see that there is a point more or less after deficit with this where temperatures start affecting negatively agricultural productivity. Now, what we didn't know is that if we put turnout in the same map, that affects on agricultural productivity, but now if we use turnout in elections as a dependent variable, and we look at this coefficients, it's more or less a mirror image of the effect on productivity. So as temperatures increase, people turn out more in the elections. And if we run regressions and we check whether this is still the case after controlling for all the fixed effects, precipitation, and so on, we find that yes, and that it's robust. So actually, an increase in one harmful degree day, that would mean on a year, temperatures increase in 1 degree higher than the threshold tau every day. That would be an increase in turnout of 1.44 percentage points. We're talking about an average of 70% per year. Is the proportion of days where the temperature is higher, the maximum temperature is higher in tau. Yeah, that's the proportion of days in which the temperature is between 8 and
all days are either one or the other.
you could interpret 8 degrees would basically give you the increase compared to well, the third category
Days that are neither good nor
that where temperatures are lower than say 8 degrees, which in many cases are going to be 0. Yes,
There's a first.
there could be a third one, yes, but it's basically not going to be very prevalent in some areas. 8 degrees is not like that, yeah. Yeah. So basically 8 degrees has an average of maybe 0.15, so it's not. So whether we use the sample of data for which we have agricultural productivity, we find the same. We look at the effect of yields on turnout and hemoglobin anything that's basically what we see in the graph. Whether we use temperatures in the summer or the winter seasons, we also find effects in here, but the effects are larger for the winter season. That's because in the winter season, there's not that much precipitation. So then high temperatures affect agriculture more due to the lack of wood. And if instead of using agricultural season, we use the previous year, the results are the same. Now we find that the effects are stronger in rural areas, which in fact is what we would expect. So if we interact with this, then the indicators, for example, here, the fraction of the population that is rural, we find a positive effect. So basically, the effect of high temperatures affects turnout more in areas with a higher rural population, lower literacy, lower non-farm employment, which is basically what we would expect. Coefficient for STEG population in rural areas was significant, but they go in the expected direction. Now we look at the pool of candidates, and mainly we find the reduction in the number of candidates, mainly because those marginal candidates that are less likely to win seem to be less likely to contest. And we also have some changes in the pool, that the candidates seem to be more likely to belong to smaller parties with a lower value of assets. So when we look at the number of candidates, we find an increase in 1 HCD, we decrease the number of candidates by 0.4, 0.5, and this is larger in assembly constituencies that have more candidates, 15 candidates. And then in India, if you want to contest for election as a candidate, you need to put a deposit forward. And if you don't get 1/6 of the votes, you lose the deposit. So we find that the number of candidates that lose deposits increase. So basically, those candidates that are dropping out are those that were less likely to win in the first place. And when we look at whether there are some changes in the political equilibrium, we find that winners have less access, are less likely to have committed major crimes or to be punished for crimes. And something that is important is that they are more likely to work in agricultural type of occupations. So we know the occupation they had before, and around 24% of candidates work in agriculture. So an increase in 1 HCD would increase that by 3.6 percentage points. We look as well at whether incumbents receive a higher or lower number of votes, and they receive a 2.2 percentage point number of votes. So there is some sort of punishment of the incumbent as well. Now, when we think about the mechanisms, we're talking about a shock. Due to these high temperatures, agricultural productivity comes down. So then in the context of diminishing marginal utility, and from the point of view of voters, that would increase the marginal utility of voting if they expect to be able to elect candidates that give them some sort of benefit. So if voters expect candidates to be able to give them some benefit, to provide them, for example, with agricultural goods or with irrigation or with something that helps them later on, that suddenly becomes more valuable and makes the voting decision more beneficial. Now we'll look at voter preferences by looking at survey data from Dakar. That's a cross-sectional survey that was taken in 2014. So here we don't have time variation, but we have information on the parliamentary constituencies where these individuals live. Parliamentary constituencies are a bit larger than assembly constituencies, but we can still get something out of that. We can look at whether individuals that live somewhere with higher temperatures are more or less likely to answer differently to this survey. So basically, they say whether irrigation programs are very important. That would be the proportion of individuals that say that irrigation is very important, or agricultural low availability, electricity for agriculture, or environmental issues. So then 1 HCD would increase the proportion of people saying that irrigation programs are very important by 9.2 percentage points. That seems to be the case both in areas that are more or less rural. When we look at loan availability, the same, we find an increase, but the increase is larger. The larger the share of the rural population in the parliamentary constituency. When we look at agriculture for electricity as well, we find positive effects, and those in rural areas also seem to be more likely to benefit. Environmental issues are something very important. This survey was a survey taken in the context of asking these individuals about their opinion on politicians as well. So they had in mind when they were answering, it's not only that they find that irrigation is important, they also had in mind what politicians could do. Now, irrigation is important, and we can have satellite data on irrigation from a paper by Ambika et al. And we know from the literature that irrigation mitigates the effects of high temperatures. So when it gets very hot, you irrigate plants a bit more, don't die, and they do better. So when we look at the effects of interacting irrigation with HDDs on agricultural productivity, with this fixed effect, or with assembly constituency fixed effects, we find that it mitigates the negative effect of high temperatures, especially if we control for assembly constituency fixed effect. This is something that was already in the literature. Then we want to see whether irrigation also mitigates these effects that we find on turnout, and we find that this is the case. So in areas that have been with a higher percentage of irrigation, when there is a hot day, the effect on turnout decreases, or with assembly constituency fixed. So it looks like irrigation is important. Now we need to see whether politicians actually provide this irrigation. And we have seen some information that we have from the data is that they are more likely to elect politicians that have an agricultural background. So they, what we do is we look at candidates with an agricultural background that win in close elections against candidates that have any other sort of background in a regression discontinuity type of specification. So then we see, and then we use as an outcome irrigation in the assembly constituency. That's the percentage of the area in the constituency that has been irrigated. So doing this, we find that using the optimal bandwidth as in Cataneo and et al., we find that winning, having an agricultural candidate winning in close elections increases the percentage of irrigated area in 7.62 percentage points. That is more or less a 35% of a standard deviation. So the effect is there. These politicians seem to be more likely to provide irrigation, and that's the case if we control second order polynomial, or if we control for the political party of the winner and the percentage of the area that is rural. However, they don't seem to have an effect on agricultural productivity. This candidate doesn't have agricultural productivity. So it looks like there is a change in both the perceptions. They suddenly value these agricultural goods more, they vote more, and they seem to vote for candidates that can actually provide this type of goods. So first, we've seen that extreme temperatures reduce agricultural yields, which is something that we've seen as well, but it's the case in India. They affect voter behavior by increasing voter turnout, and that the effect on voter turnout mirrors the effect on productivity, and it seems to be the case more often in more rural assembly constituencies. Actually, we have checked whether the decrease in productivity mediates the effect on turnout, and we find that that would be a 70 or an 80% of the total effect. So it seems like the effect is mediated by the decrease in agricultural productivity. It also affects politician behavior because it decreases the number of candidates, especially those candidates that are marginal, so they have a lower chance of winning or that they are independent. I didn't show you the results, but independent candidates are also less likely to run. So if you think about the shock as well, these politicians, if they see that they are not going to win an election and they are going to lose the deposit that they put forward, they're going to be less likely to want to contest due to the negative economic shock. So in a way, it makes sense that these marginal candidates are less likely to run. And then obviously, if it affects voter turnout and it affects a little bit candidates, that's going to affect political outcomes. So they are more likely to vote for agricultural candidates. And we observe a bit of an anti-incumbency effect, which is something that has been found in the literature as well. When there is a negative shock, people tend to punish the incumbent. So when we think about the mechanisms, well, we know that voters demand better agricultural goods, such as irrigation, which seems to be very important to mitigate the effects of high temperatures. And then agricultural candidates, sorry, seem to provide this good, so they are more likely to vote for agricultural candidates. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to Leonard and Monica for inviting me to discuss this paper, and of course to Irma for the paper and her co-authors. So this paper, there's no need to remind you, is on a topic that's both extremely important and timely, namely the demand and the supply of government responses to climate change. And I will focus in particular on the idea of mitigation. So it's a very important paper, but I feel it's still sufficiently preliminary for me to come in and suggest that it would benefit from a little bit on refocusing, because a lot of this is on electoral outcomes that, frankly, I don't terribly know what to do with. So one is turnout, and the other is all the spoiler candidates who contest an election. So what Irma didn't say, and maybe everybody in this room knows, but I had to double check, is that India runs all its elections with straight first past the post. So what does it mean that they have 15 candidates? Well, there's entertaining cases. In one case that I Googled up, the lead party candidate was named John Smith. Actually, it wasn't. He had an Indian name that I don't remember. And they found all the John Smiths living in the same constituency and had them run as independents in the hope of creating confusion. But, you know, these are strange situations. And so I will focus more on policy. And finally, Gerard already went on this. I would suggest trying the measurement of non-monotonicity differently, because the current measurement is very hard for me, and I'm happy to see not just me, but also my betters to wrap our head around. So let's start with what I like the best and would push you to put at the center and expand is the big question, you know, does Indian democracy solve people's problems? Well, we know as a major world historical fact, Indian democracy, maybe not alone, okay, there's also been technological progress, but I like to give a lot of credit to Indian democracy, had solved the problem of famines, right? For most of recorded human history, India has had lots of empires. It doesn't really matter who's running the empire, the Mughals, the Brits, some other guys before. There have been famines, and then India becomes a democratic country and there haven't been famines anymore. Okay, correlation doesn't imply causation, but something is there, because we know that democratic Indian government, I just cited the paper, my favorite and possibly the latest, we know that they're good at providing relief. But here we're not interested in relief, we are interested in adaptation, okay? That's the distribution of fish, and this is teaching people how to fish, okay? We want to make Indian agriculture more resilient to climate change, and in general, we know, okay, on the other side of this group, themes, whatever they were, 3 and 4, we know that climate adaptation to climate change is, within reason to the climate change that we have so far, at least possible, does India do? Now, there's nice evidence that voters demand, okay? They get hit by a climate shock. And what we know is that, okay, we want more money for irrigation, we want rural electrification. It's not clear to me exactly how it's used, but I'm sure it's helpful. We want agricultural loans, okay, obviously to tide farmers over. I would be very interested, can you do that? You have data on that, compare this with relief, right? We don't want handouts, we want irrigation, we want electrification. This would be super interesting. So that's something that I would look. And then the big question is, does demand create its own supply, right? There's three things that I would like, to see. I think you can, it must be possible. I mean, it's India, there are data, they can get the stuff they want, they can get government support for the stuff, or they can get their representative in the legislatures asking for it. These three things are not identical. You can have, each of them pretty much without the other two. And if, what we're looking at is election of the legislation, maybe that the third is where I would start. And I mean, I understand that, this requires taking at least, I don't know, Uttar Pradesh and going and looking at the parliamentary journal and what are these guys doing, but it should be possible. I mean, again, it's a democracy, it's public information, there should be data. Now, the paper does give us ground for optimism, okay? There's some evidence for one channel, which would be great, okay? Yeah, a real vindication of Indian democracy once again. Voters demand more irrigation. They also demand other stuff, but the rest of the evidence is on irrigation. They elect poorer members of the state legislative assembly with an agricultural background, and maybe these citizen candidates get their constituents for irrigation. Well, I have to say maybe, because the evidence on 3 is not the same evidence as 1 and 2. So it's like, well, look, we see that climate change, climate shocks generate the demand for more irrigation. They generate the election of MPs with an agricultural background. We're never shown that it gets more irrigation. We're shown that in a different context with regression discontinuity, the agricultural candidate gets more irrigation. And by the way, something I didn't understand there is when you run that close election study, is the left-hand side, the outcome, a level or a change? Because I would like to see that it gets you an increase in irrigation. If it gets you more irrigation, even ex ante, that's a problem for the RDD. So I would like to see that variable in changes anyway. But I would like to see, most of all, okay, what you need in the paper, it's nice to have that in addition. Okay, well, you see it's a causal effect of the citizen candidate because even in other settings. But look, if randomly getting an agricultural representative gets more irrigation, you'd better be getting an irrigation when you specifically vote for an agricultural candidate because you have a sudden need for irrigation. So we'd really like to see it in parallel. Now, maybe you don't see it in parallel. And one question, going back to, hey, I'd like to see what the government does, not what the final result is. It could be, I really have no experience of this. I don't work on development. It could be measurement error, right? The data, satellite data, somehow the satellite looks down on Earth and the AI says, oh, this place is very irrigated. I guess looking at the rice paddies or something. Well, maybe the government is supporting, but at the same time you have drought. And so the satellite, well, there's no irrigation, there's a desert wasteland. Well, maybe a desert wasteland in which the government has put a lot of money to make it a little less desert. But I don't know. That's one possibility if 3 doesn't work here. But I would like to see more on that. That's my main thing. The second thing that I'd like to see, like, okay, this is nowhere in the paper, and I don't know because I don't work on development in general. I don't work on India in particular. Where are the political parties here? Okay, so what I would be expecting from a country, I know, say the United States, like, well, we will see these farmers, they vote Democrat, they vote Republican. And the emphasis on the paper so far is on individual candidates in every way. In the data you look at, in this implicit model of citizen candidates, I want more irrigation, I need to vote for a farmer. I would like to know more. I mean, is Indian politics very personalistic? I don't know. How is party discipline? I think, well, there are some certainly the language of this thing, the electoral system. It's a bit like the UK. Party discipline in the UK is pretty high. And people seem to care about getting the ticket in India. So I would like to know more. But also, once again, I would like to know more about what people are doing in order to try to get the state intervention they want and whether they succeed. So you could have maybe I'm forgetting something, but I think these are the three things you could have. You could have three things. One, which is what FIMA would call, fine, by the way, the United States in response to import shocks. You could have the same guys running for office and say, hey, look, I've loyally represented this district for 20 years. I'm still loyally representing this district. What we now need is irrigation, and we'll go and ask for irrigation. That's one possibility. You can have a change. You can have the party says, well, I listened to you. You now want a farmer. Guess what? I used to run a lawyer. Now I'm running a farmer. Or you could have a switching party. A switching party could be, well, we were voting for, I have no idea, and now we will vote for the agricultural party. Or, okay, this is also an Italian sort of possibility, well, we were voting for the opposition because, we like them ideologically, but we realize that the only way we get the infrastructure projects we need funneled to us is being in government, so we switch to voting for the government in order to get good this. So I would like to tell us something about what's going on of these, what are the parties doing. And the other, honestly, is like, unless you tell me more, I have no idea what to do with the number and characteristic spoilers. I mean, you have these people who are running, why are they running? And what I found by Googling, but I found it on Quora with people giving their opinions of Indian politics, not on academic papers. Well, some of these are spoilers, again, paid by the party, ha ha ha. I know that my rival is getting the Sikh vote, so I will get some very orthodox Sikh figure to run for me in order to kill them. I don't want to get the people with the same name as my opponent's party candidate. Some of these are people within the party. I'm a grandee. I failed to get the ticket. And then in revenge, I will enter an independent. So I will show the party that by not giving me the ticket, I can screw them. I don't know. But also, without more information, it means nothing to me what the number and characteristics of these parties is. And it just, I'm sure there's a way of doing it, so I can do it, focus on the competitive candidate. Ask who is the government, the governing coalition in the state running in this constituency, who is the main opposition. I mean, you will know that there's like 3 or 4, maybe 4 candidates that have a chance, and everybody is either, standing there because the party wants to have somebody in every district, right? I mean, the PP puts candidates for election here. They know they're not winning, but hey, it's a national right-wing party. They're supposed to do it. So that's the other thing that I would recommend against doing is doing less on turnout for 2 reasons. One is that I also don't really care about turnout. I care as a means to something, not as an end. And the second, because you may know this, but neither paper is citing one another, that field is strangely crowded. So I went to download your paper, and there's a paper with pretty much identical title, doing the same thing. These are political scientists, and I don't want to debate who came first. September, December, plus the title they changed. The plagiarizing yours. Originally they were changed something else. The plagiarizing. Now it seems I'm accusing these people. Anyway, sorry, I'm being recorded. I should watch my language. But so you devote more space than them to turn out, but it's the same thing. Okay, they are doing it for a much longer time period. They have one figure about it. Yeah, you get a climate shock, the turnout goes up. Now, they have a better theory of it. It's not very surprising. A political scientist, most of the paper, half of the paper at least, is theory. And well, it's collective action, right? We get together. In fact, they found some nice evidence that they get together to do the irrigation projects. And well, we also get together to vote. So you suggest, and honestly, I don't buy that. I would recommend taking that suggestion out of the paper. Turnout has no pecuniary benefits. It only has pecuniary benefits if there's vote buying. I don't know if there's vote buying in India, but otherwise, like, no. And also, who cares about the turnout? Okay, leave them the turnout and do something that we care more about. The 2 papers can perfectly live next to one another, just do less on turnout. And finally, I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, on non-monotonicity. I completely buy that it's non-monotonic. Everybody from meat to, I am sure, whatever they're growing, rice, presumably wheat, I think these are the big crops, likes some range of temperature. I don't want to be in Minneapolis with -25. We also don't want to be, with 45. So that's fine. Now, why do you do a linear spline? Something that's much, much easier to interpret is just doing it Goldilocks. So, there's a number of days that are too cold, share of days that are below some threshold, number of days that are too hot, share of days for a bottom pressure that's too hot, the humidity category is a nice temperature range. Bingo, you still have two coefficients, same number of coefficients that you had, but whereas the two coefficients, I am completely incapable, honestly, of interpreting, and then sometimes find that, well, one coefficient is significant, but the other is not. I don't know. These are super easy to interpret. It's very clear what it is. You know, even economists used to joke about it. Global warming brings mild winter. Everybody's happy. Global warming brings a harsh summer. Everybody's unhappy. No, maybe I don't know. There may be crops in India that dislike mild winters. I doubt it. Now, I would do this just for clarity, even if it had a worse fit. I don't think it has a worse fit for two reasons. One is because I have to have one more parameter to fit. Actually, you have two parameters in the regression, but to fit the data, you get one more, and B, because I played with it. So this is your graph. And I am fitting the red curve because that's the one that the regression is corresponding to. And this is my fit. No, the slopes of these are taken from the regression. I just eyeball the level because the regression don't report things. It's a pretty decent fit, but you know, you also have mistakes. And this is my fit. And I will claim that when I eyeball it, it's a better fit. I am always within the confidence band, and I'm saying, look, below 28, it's a bit too cold for India. This surprises me. Hey, what do I know? 29 to 41, again, I would have expected this to be a little lower, but the data is good. And then, man, you go 43 and above, that's real bad, which does not surprise. Okay, I would have thought that, you know, rice likes this range rather than this range, but maybe there are maximum temperatures or, you know, soil versus air. I don't know. So I would be very tempted to do it like this. And you can check it. It's just, you know, it's 5 parameters, but I have the level of 3 curves and 2 cuts instead of the slope of 2 curves and 1 peak. But I think that the fit will be equally good, and the interpretation will be much simpler, and then a final pet peak.
Don't respond right away.
Yes, I'd like to. Well, thank you. Please send me the slides. That was very useful. So focus more on policy outcomes and less on turnout and spoilers. Well, we look at all the, it's the means to an end. No? So what comes out? What are the, I mean, you need changes in turnout, you need changes in voter behavior, you need changes in candidates to get changes in political outcomes. So then that's where it comes from. So that's we care about spoilers. Yes, we do care about spoilers because it fits with the fact that there is a shock, and then that affects negatively candidates' incomes, and then those candidates that are less likely to win and that are more likely to lose the deposit are those that are going to be less likely to contest. That's the only thing we care about spoilers about. Obviously, we look at candidate characteristics, and we look at the candidate we look at the candidates that are higher up, so those that are more likely to win or those that are more competitive, we find the same changes in candidate characteristics. So that's not it's not that we don't focus on these candidates. Actually, we look at whether the characteristics of those who win are different or not. Whether it's voter demand for relief, that's not in the survey. And looking at what the politicians do, well, we've been trying to look data on MLA funds. How do they spend it? That's very difficult to find, and we haven't been able to find it either. We have been trying to get information on parliamentary debates, but you can only get that at the national level, not at the state level. But maybe we could do something at the national level, and because we know which constituency these politicians come from. And in terms of the RDD, well, we just use it for a causal effect. We obviously know that the RDD is not going to give us it has external validity issues, but it's there. And we look at irrigation after the candidate is being elected. And we have looked at whether, obviously, in one of the robustness checks, which we have in the appendix, we have looked at whether electing the randomly an agricultural candidate affects past irrigation. And obviously that's not the case. So that's one of the robustness checks that we conduct. Obviously, RDD is not the main part of the paper. We don't have that many observations. It's just to make a point that there could be something going on. But we have obviously checked on that. Then the irrigation measure that we have, yes, it comes from the satellite. They combine satellite data and other data that they have with AI in order to have an irrigation measure. Obviously, there could be measurement error. The thing is that we could not find irrigation measures at the constituency level in India. There's almost no data at the electoral constituency level for in India. Maybe at the district level we could find, but not at the constituency that I know of. In terms of political parties, we don't observe. It's not in the paper or not in this latest version of the paper that you have. We don't observe changes in which political parties are winning. We only, well, there's a little bit of a decrease in the BJP candidates winning elections and a little bit of an increase in candidates in more local and other parties, but no, there's not a massive change. So that's why we didn't focus that much on political parties. In terms of the HDDs and DDs specification, we basically follow the literature, but every time we have tried to do the similar specification with the bins, with the different outcomes, it is a nightmare because obviously you have all the coefficients and so on, and then you rely on graphs. It's very robust. So maybe we could try what you suggest, similar, but I don't know what else we could get out of that. And regarding the other paper, I really had no idea. Well, thanks for telling me. Like, that's the problem when you're working for too long on something. Somebody comes with the probability of somebody coming up with the same idea. But I will take a look at it. So thank you. So you mean looking more at the time effect or the variation over time of the. Something I think that the reason would be useful is they expect increasing temperatures constant over time. So temperatures will increase over time, which is probably the case. I think the thing we should look at that because we have all time variations. But obviously my impression, even though we don't show it and we should have a graph for it, at least in the paper, that's our mistake as well. Temperatures have been increasing over time, but we should look into that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's not all of it finance or not. And again, that's a suggestion, but we're moving it, but a way also to reach the discussion to the top, presenting that the fact that you have text, but voice, and actually find voice, well, we tend to find, especially from what we know, from development countries, which have negative shock, especially for poor people. These reduces the relative cost. for me, it's surprising about kind of what the fact, and maybe, and also the representing the rural area, maybe considering input from your story, but maybe you could also that looking at the representing by income and sort of try to understand whether when voice effect are coming from or by gender, and sort of, and I don't know if you have model or if you have other reasons to think about it, you could have a model of like, if we didn't have this voice effect, and rather we have an exit effect, this is what we would have expected in terms of candidate competition and political, outcome. That's why, really finding voice really matters for the downstream, political competition outcome that we observe. I think that would have a little bit more organized, the findings that really, and again, to me, it's very surprising and very important, you know, that for example, Europe, like, for with the peak economic shock, we actually had the opposite effect. And so I think that's like, I would stress much more the positive results.
Well, I think you're right, because the effect of turnouts, I mean, the effect of shocks on turnouts and context dependent, I've seen negative and I've seen positive results. It's interesting in itself, even though it's very difficult, as you say, to know what are the determinants of turnout. And it's something that maybe the political scientists know better about this than us. But the heterogeneity by income, we don't. I don't think we have that data, because that comes from the census. And so it's basically the proportion of villages, the proportion of the villages that are rural, the proportion of villages, and I don't think there is anything. But we will take a look at that, because maybe we forgotten about some variables. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe technically,
Yes.
I think I will. So, for me, the meaningful exercise would be to look at policy response and the type of policies. Because, for instance, climate change affecting the general election outcome, but then government response. You have to spend money, reaching, be inviting scientists. Also figure out what to do, and you know, you see what I mean. And because I mean, this is where the action really is. For instance, we want government to respond better and more offensively, and as a trigger to election outcome. So if we know how they respond, we study what they respond properly, and then we can make, you know, some interesting suggestions about, you know, how the problem tackle. Maybe at local level, national level. I think there might be some breach set of you know, inside that.
The thing, the problem with this paper is that if we focus on temperatures at the local level, and we focus on the candidates and the political outcomes at the local level, and then it's very difficult to find policy variables at such a local level. That these candidates, political candidates in India, have some funds that they can spend on different projects to build schools, or they could build irrigation projects as well. But it's we haven't managed to find this data, because it's the data is there somewhere, but and it would give us information on, they all get the same amount of funds, but what do they spend on, and which proportion of the funds are spent on something like this?
Yes. Something about session domain.
Legislative sessions, no, I haven't found the data. Maybe if we focused on one state or one particular year, we would be able to find these informations. And we can have funds on the MPs, the national parliament members, but not on the state parliament members. So that's something that would be really helpful to have this effect on the policy response. Yeah. So that is something that we have, and something that I forgot to say as well in response to Giacomo's point. In India, voters expect candidates in state elections and in national elections to help them and to do something for them. Actually, in the voter survey that we use in the paper, they also ask them whether they expect the politician to be responsive to them, and they're more likely to say that they expect them to be responsive with high temperatures. And then when you ask other surveys that we have conducted, of even that in another project, we conducted this survey of small firms in India, and they all contact politicians whenever they need something. We're talking about very, very small firms, like two, three workers. They all contact politicians. They all expect politicians to do something from them. So it's not that it's personalistic, it's that they sometimes that's the only, the system is so dysfunctional that sometimes this is the only help they can get. Yeah, no, well, that.
In fact, you know, was the Democratic Senator from Massachusetts who told him that candidate.
Yeah, no, the difference is that these guys have some funds and they can do something, and that there is evidence that they have provided public goods where they have been elected. So there is a point into that. But you're right that it would be great to have this policy where maybe. Yeah.
So there's one question, but yeah. Yes, go ahead. I mean, these shots are kind of, as you mentioned, they are correlated to their competencies of years. So it seems that the policy response came from the state. So insurance, and then it would be either live, you know, the state response and then giving relief. But it just wants in terms of, you know, irrigation. So the relevant thing is what the state does. So it's probably it's scary also. We should have it. It's sure that people will not vote. They should kind of vote for, you know, the party that wants to vote.
Well, maybe we could run some regression at the state level, looking at temperatures at the state level, and then we'll be able to do so. Instead of focusing, we've been focusing too much maybe on the local effect. Maybe if we looked at the state level.
This guy.
The question is, you know, can you go back and get state, you know, what that, you know, but it also means, like, you know, there's a question about the state government for effect is policy that specific.
That's something that we could try. Obviously, there are not that many states. There are lots of identification issues in there, and we wouldn't be able to exploit the variation that much. But maybe we find something interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then jump out. Take over.
The AC was on?
Yeah, the AC was on. No, because, yeah, yesterday it was 24 degrees, and the other thing you could do is heat, so we switched it to AC and this morning.
topics that we discussed.
It wasn't very hard. It's really already in there. Without knowing, you know. So that's a good for so no. Very information that then you will also have it. Whatever, but.
Sí,
We know that it's, I just need to be, you say that.
sì, perché abbiamo ahora voy a poner la mía también.
Exacto.
Por ahora.
Sí, Daniel, yo te creo un email Word, vas a enviar la.
Sí, sí, no las envías y las sí. ¿Estás? ¿Estás tú? Entonces yo mando un mail a los no sé si va a presentar o no, pero y está un poco como en listas, a ver si presentan online, no lo sé, yo les he dicho.
Las presentaciones ahora.
La de antes del clima.
Ok.
O sea, en esa última presentación hay un coffee break y después el clima. Pero yo les dije, avisarles, si al final no va a hacer nada, pero es el último pasará.
Podemos.
Antes, y el último coffee break no va a hacer.
Sí, no me voy a preparar esa presión.
Y bueno, después.
Vale. ¿Y quién tiene que decir eso, verdad? O. Vale. Sí, makes sense. Yeah. Sorry. Jamal, it's like 30 seconds, 1 minute. It's not worse.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Yes.
All right, so, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the organizers for including my paper in the program. So this is a paper. How much time do they have? Roughly 45 minutes? No.
Yeah, you have 30 plus 15 and 15, but
Okay.
I mean.
Okay, good.
Going from the 35, 15 and 10.
Perfect. All right, so this is a paper about how policy making affects the demand and the usage of public services. And this is, I must say that this is joint work with Gianna and Fernando. And what I'm going to use to investigate this is an historical experiment that took place in Peru in the 1990s. So this is not working. And you need to click once on the Oh, no, it is working. Okay, so state legitimacy and trust in government institutions are at the core of the effective delivery of public services, right? And to deliver public services, you need two related but distinct concepts. On the one hand, you need a government that has enough state capacity to produce and deliver the public goods. And on the other hand, you need citizens that actually demand these public goods and public service, right? And the example that I'd like to use to highlight this is to think about the US in the early stages of the pandemic, right? Fantastic state capacity. They put together the funding for the research part of the vaccines. They managed to get them on time. Once they were produced, they were distributed around the country, but suddenly you get people not wanting to get vaccinated, right? And a large part of the reason why people didn't want those public goods was related to political concerns. So Republicans were much more likely to reject vaccines than them, right? So this is kind of the feedback loop that I'm going to be studying in this paper, because the failure, that government actions can in turn affect the demand for public service, right? And the failure, and in particular, the failure to implement policies, either due to incompetent bureaucrats or to malpractices in the process, can undermine citizen trust. And this goes back to the point that I was making at the top, that this lack of trust can undermine state legitimacy, in particular, in its building block of legitimacy that is given by government supporters, right? And while we know quite a bit about the political determinants of state capacity, we know much less about what affects citizen trust and in turn the demand for public services. So what I'm going to do here is to study the short and long-term consequences of a large-scale family planning campaign that took place in Peru during the late 90s, in which alleged human rights violations took place. And in particular, I'm going to study what happens when people learn that this policy was implemented through this through the means of human rights violations, right? And I'm going to give you a lot of details about this campaign, but just to give you an idea of where we're going. Between 1996 and 2000, the Peruvian government conducted this large-scale family planning campaign, which had at its center the introduction of female sterilizations. Throughout these 4 years, more than 260,000 women were sterilized, and there's a bunch of claims that a number of these sterilizations took place without consent or proper information about the procedure and its consequences, right? And this is still an open case in court. So I try to use alleged human rights violations, but at some point I'm going to do this. So importantly, this took place during an authoritarian government in Peru that had tight control of the media. So the media was central to the government strategy to stay in power. And as such, the public didn't learn about the way this policy was implemented until the government fell in 2001. So what I'm going to do here is to compare health outcomes and public service usage between municipalities where these alleged human rights violations took place and didn't, before and after the disclosure of information about this campaign. So there are two key issues for to build my argument. One is going to be the way to try to document how this campaign was implemented, and second, which is going to give me the cross-sectional variation, and then the time variation is going to depend on the information provision, right? So second, I'm going to describe the information environment at that time. Okay, so the program, how the big picture background on the government was very highly focused on poverty reduction, and in that second part of the 90s, the president came up with this whole idea that we need population control, especially in rural poor areas, to be able to boost development. So the family planning campaign was framed as a core issue in the overall poverty reduction strategy pushed by the government. Right? So in the 90s, this government made a huge effort to make public services available in places where the government was virtually inexistent for a long time. So how was this campaign implemented? It was mainly implemented through what they called health festivals. So the idea was that people in the government health personnel would get together, decide a strategy. They would go out to rural communities and say, hey, next weekend we're going to have this health festival where you're going to receive information about family planning. You're going to receive free condoms and whatnot, right? So they go and inform everyone that this was going to happen, so they could come down for a couple of days and receive the services, right? So this is a picture of one of such events that was implemented at a school in rural areas around Ayacucho today, but clearly this is not somewhere where you want to have any type of service, right? So these were kind of mobile clinics, right? And obviously, since this is 2 or 3 days, if there are any complications with the procedure, no one is going to be there if you want to come back to get a follow-up services, right? No. I'm going to go. No. So here, yeah, we're providing. They're providing ligations of dual ligations. and vasectomies. So this was public information. The way it was implemented, I'm going to go there in a second, is the problem. Okay, so there are many accounts of intimidation, insufficient information, threats, and bribes, right? So basically, if you read the accounts from the time, they're really heartbreaking. So there are women who say, so they told me that if I don't accept this surgery, my husband is not going to be able to keep their job in the public sector. We are not going to get social benefits, or there's some horrible cases where a woman is trying to have a kid, gets separated from her husband because they couldn't have a kid. She goes to the doctor, and the doctor tells her, "Hey, how do you want to have a kid if you are sterilized?" Right? So basically, they tell them, "We're going to do a checkup, put them under anesthesia, and then they wake up with a ligation." Yes.
Clarification I might have missed it. So this is coming from very sharp incentives for the grassroots level workers, or is it coming from a policy at the national level that they're saying?
It is a national level policy, and I'm going to show you. So here are some. I mean, we found very few media reports from the time, right? So you have here bribing. You have here direct incentives to local health professionals, etc. Right? But importantly, the policy established very stringent and high targets in terms of the number of sterilizations. We don't have very detailed data on that, but we were able to recover a few documents from back in the day. This is a letter from the Minister of Health at the time, directly reporting to the president. He had to report on this issue to the president every month, saying, "Hey, we're towards the end of the year, you know, things are slow in December, but we'll be able to meet the target." The target was about 12,000 sterilizations per month. Right? So very high. So this put a lot of pressure, not only in the ground level workers, but in the whole system to meet this target. And in fact, as part of the efforts to meet these targets, the government abolished the ability of health professionals to opt out of some service provision, right? So if they didn't agree, if they had to do it, they had to do it. They couldn't say, "I'm not doing it because this person did not sign an informed consent." Okay. And actually, one of the guys who led the investigation about this case was a doctor who was fired from his post for not wanting to do these surgeries. He was later elected to Congress, and from Congress, he led the investigation against Fujimori. Right? So this in terms of how the policy was implemented. Now, information environment, the government had large influence on the media, large part of the judiciary and the parliament, right? And there's this very nice paper by Macmillan and Soido documenting the weight the government put in the media, in the control of the media as part of their strategy to keep control of the government. And in fact, the trigger of the fall of Fujimori's government was that there was one video of corruption that was leaked to a small private news channel that was not bought by the right. So in what this meant was that very few news about this case were present in the press during the implementation of the policy. Right, there was one small investigation in Congress that was shut down within 2 hours by the president of the commission, who was a part of Fujimori's party. Right, and the 3 pictures that I showed you before are the only 3 articles that I was able to find on that. Right. So if you look, unfortunately, there is no comprehensive data on contents of Peruvian media during the 90s. What I did was to go on Factiva, which is an aggregator of international cable news, and search for forced sterilization plus Peru, and this is what I get, right? During the implementation of the policy, late 90s, we see basically 0 articles. Then 2001, when the new government is elected and the investigation starts unraveling, we see a jump, and then it stays kind of up. The peaks that you see is when Fujimori's daughter runs for government. So of course, this is a very salient issue that comes back time and again. So in 2027, when we have the elections, you're going to see another peak of force. All right. So this is what gives me the time variation, right? I'm going to compare this time and this time in places where we had forced sterilizations and not. So what is the data that I'm going to use? So this is a paper that I wanted to write for a while, but I didn't have information about where the forced sterilizations took place until I found this registry of victims that was set up by the government in 2015. And I'm going to talk a lot more about this in the next few slides. My health outcomes and my measures of public health usage are going to come from the DHS, which has rounds every 4 years. And starting in 2004, we have the yearly data, right? So we have 3 periods before the revelation of information. The revelation of information comes in 2001, and a bunch of surveys. So we are going to be able to look at short and longer term effects. You're going to see where I'm going to use electoral data, and I rely, unfortunately here I don't have any data on trust, so I'm going to rely on the Latinobarometro to look at trust.
Then you try to merge it on locality levels?
On locality level. My level of observation of treatment is going to be at the municipality level. There's 1,800 municipalities. Okay, so the registry of victims was established by the Ministry of Justice in 2015, while they were putting together the evidence to put the case against the state for these human rights violations. And the idea was what the registry offered is to say, okay, if you have any complications, either physical or psychological, that are related to what happened to you, we'll provide support on that. There were no promises related to financial compensations, but talking to people who worked in the registry, they told me some people have the hope of at some point getting it, right? Importantly, here there is a quite stringent procedure to sign up for the registry. First, you have to show that you were sterilized. Second, that the sterilization took place during that period, and for that you can rely on friends that come and testify, or formal records, and you have to go through a medical examination, right? So it's unlikely that people sign up just because they want to sign up. This is not something there is. Indeed, overall we have 6,800 observations that are distributed around 20% of the municipalities in Peru. Clearly, this is an underestimate of the total number of observations. So what I'm going to do next is to try to show you that this is giving me enough and real variation that corresponds to the sterilization. So for that, I'm going to rely on, sorry.
So are you going to control for geography? Just by remote area and less likely to drop from the medical or like.
I'm going to have like district fixed effects. Right, this is going to be a different. Right, so first let me show you that I have meaningful variation in the data. In the DHS, we have a question of whether you've been sterilized and where were you sterilized. Here I'm plotting the count of the number of sterilizations in the DHS and in my registry by year, taking only sterilizations that took place in the public sector. The variation in the time series seems meaningful. I can do the same in using the full cross-sectional and time variation, and what we see is that the correlation is relatively large and significant. Third, I can look at the characteristics of women who have been sterilized in the DHS and compare it to the characteristics that I observed in the registry, and they seem to be more or less similar. No, this woman had about 4 children when they were sterilized. They were about 31 years old. They mostly came from rural areas. Where we have a big divergence is whether they're Quechua speakers or not. I don't have a good explanation for these. Okay. Bottom line, while the registry is an underestimate of the number of women who were sterilized during the period of campaign of the campaign through by not and didn't provide consent or whatever, it at least provides some meaningful variation on what happened, right? So my strategy is going to be very straightforward. Difference the post is going to take a value of 1 after 2001. FS is going to be either the number of forced sterilizations reported or a dummy. I'm going to take a very, very parsimonious approach and not include any controls. In the appendix, I have a bunch of tables that do that. I use municipality fixed effects, years fixed effects, and province-specific trends. All right? My outcomes are going to be those related to health service usage that are close to the reproduction side, right? So contraceptive usage, prenatal and delivery care, which is going to be an index of these 3 variables, child health, an index of these 3 variables, and then public health. Okay, so this is going to be the structure of my tables. In the top panel, I'm going to show you the inverse hyperbolic sign of the number of sterilizations. In the bottom panel, I'm going to show you the dummy specification. I have significance throughout, but I'm not showing you the sums. Okay, so being a 10% increase in the number of forced sterilizations reduces the usage of contraceptive methods by about 0.9%, small but significant effect. The effects on prenatal and delivery care are much larger. A 10% increase in the number of forced sterilizations decreases my index in about 4.5%. When we look at child health, the effect is in the ballpark of 5%. Okay, so now, where are these effects coming from? So it seems like women, when they have a child that is sick, are not taking them to get public health services, right? Overall, when a child gets sick, yes, sorry.
One question.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I should show you retrends because it is a big, right? So here are the pre-trends, no pre-trends. You see that the effect, and importantly, the effect is there until the last year of our data, right? Which I'm going to tie to the loss of trust in institutions, not the government, which explains the long term. Yes, well, we have a robustness check with taking away the sterilized woman, and the results are virtually the same.
I'm sure the data, can you do this by age and say, look, you know, there are sexually active people in 17 who presumably were not sexually active at the time of sterilization?
Yeah, no, in fact, what I'm going to do is I do have a heterogeneity by age, but we use that to try to show that this effect is not due to the direct effect of the campaign. Because here you see women that were too young to be sterilized, right? So it has to go through some other mechanism, which I'm going to argue is trust. Okay, so the pretrends for the other ones also. Okay, so all right, so women are taking their kids less often to the doctor when they get sick. Some of them compensate by going to a private service provider. The effect for public services is very large, right? Some of them take them to a private medic, but in terms of overall magnitude, just look at the proportion of women who have to take their kids. This does not compensate totally. Okay?
Or is that affect 1% point?
This is about 1%, yeah, 2.4 percentage points over a base of 17, right? So it's not trivial. Okay, bunch of robust steps. I'm not going to go into the details. We don't see supply side responses. Importantly, it is not a direct effect of the campaign, as I mentioned before. Okay, let me just. So what could explain this effect? There are three potential explanations that we could come up. The first one is motivated by the paper of Marcela Alza and Wanamaker of the case of the Tuskegee experiment in the US, right? So basically, this is a mechanism of social learning through identification. If I look like the people who were affected by the campaign, then I reduce trust and I don't go to the law, right? Another one could be the one of political identity, motivated by the paper by Monica and Andrea. So basically, the idea here is that if I feel like if I'm of the same political party as those who push against the vaccination campaign in Pakistan, then I lose trust in the system. The argument that we're going to push here is one of disappointed political support. So basically, the idea is that Fujimori did a fantastic job in explaining public services, in expanding public services. So a lot of people were almost fanatics, and until now they are, and really like the government. Suddenly, I learned that they do all the things I like through means of human rights violations. Right? I get disappointed and I lose trust in the institutions that right? So let me try to give you some evidence that is consistent with this latter hypothesis, and then I'm going to turn to try to show you that these do not hold in myself. Right? The first thing is that when I include an interaction between my main treatment and a dummy for high support for Fujimori, which is being above the median vote share for Fujimori's party at baseline, all the effect is lower here. This is insignificant and tiny, right? So the only places where you observe a response in our main variables are places that supported Fujimori before the implementation of the campaign. Second, to be consistent with this story, what we should observe is that after we learn that the human rights violations took place, I should be less likely to support Fujimori, and this is exactly what we observed, right? I agree with Giacomo that turnout is means for something else. I put it here for completeness, no effect. Vote shares for Fujimori's party go down after 2001. Party rank increases, meaning that the party ranks lower. The effect is not large enough to affect the probability of, but overall we see a decrease in the support for Fujimori's. Yes.
How homogeneous are the districts, right? And worried a bit about the ecological interpretation. It could also be that I'm a non-Fujimori guy surrounded by fanatical Fujimori supporters, and I get super angry. So that, you know, I'm an anti-Fujimori guy surrounded by other people.
I'm not sure if I have a way of looking at the variance of votes between polling stations back in the day. I'm going to look in the Latinobarometro. Maybe in the Latinobarometro, I get an idea of how heterogeneous are political preferences within districts. Districts are small. There's 1,800 districts in the country, but still.
That's still something in that case, playing it the other way around. If my segment for everything, dividing districts, I think that's the anti-Fujimori surrounded by the Fujimori district with the culture.
Yeah, I can look straight away at the heterogeneity by size of the district, which it's a very rough proxy of. Okay, so two more tables, and I conclude very quickly. Here, what I do is a horse race between the three explanations that I gave you, right? If the social learning through identification is in place, then we should see that more rural, less educated women and teacher speakers respond more to the campaign. We have here these interactions. We see a zero word, secondary education, rural education. Very precise zero. If well, the political identification mechanism would be is already ruled out by this state, right? Because in places that had more, it would predict that places with more opposition will be more likely to respond, and we see exactly the opposite. The only coefficient that survived here, note that is support for Fujimori, which remains at about the same magnitude and still statistically significant as when I took the other. Okay, so the last table is about trust. In the Latino Barometer, I look at mistrust in government institutions that were somehow involved in this case and current authorities. What we see is that mistrust in these institutions increase, whereas here we see very precise right? So interpretation here that we are trying to push is that we lose trust in government institutions in charge of public service provision. This is why we see the effect survive all the way to 2070. Okay, so let me leave it at here. What we show here is that lower trust hampers the demand for public health services, and this affects health outcomes. And I think that the paper makes a point about the risk of high stakes, goal-driven policy making. Okay, so let me do it. Sorry, I went a little bit over.
Yes, let me see.
Yeah.
From there.
High protein.
Here?
No.
The other one.
High protein.
Okay. Good.
Comes from our street there.
Thanks. So thanks the organizing for inviting me to discuss this paper. I'm going to be very quick because, because this is a great paper. It has important policy implications. It's very advanced in the publication process, so that makes my life easier. And that's particularly important because I'm an outsider in the political economy field. And I will definitely be using this paper for teaching purposes because it's very well executed. And I'm going to try to convince you that it's very important. Particularly, I'm going to build my discussion from a health economics perspective, which is my comparative advantage here. So I'm going to take a step back and think about, how important is this in the health economics literature. So basically, when we think as citizens, why do we value from the healthcare system? We are worried about basically two things. First, access and capacity constraints in the healthcare system. So basically, this is waiting lists, overcrowding, technology adoption. But we're also worried about the quality of the services that we get when we go to the healthcare system. And we are rightly worried about these two things because they have a strong impact on our health outcomes, both when we measure health with objective measures like hospitalizations, days until recovery, death or survival, extreme outcomes, but also when we measure it as objective measure, not self-assessed health, basically. But of course, these two things can also have a second round effects, which is what the paper of Gianmarco and co-authors look at, which is it can affect the trust to the system and therefore can affect demand for the healthcare system. And I think the second round effects that are much less studied in the literature are at least equally important because they have an impact on health themselves, by themselves. So they have an impact on own and family health, which is the paper that Gianmarco studies. But, if we take this argument to the limit,
it can, when we think about the context of contagious disease, if we don't go to the doctor, of course, this will also have spillover effects to the rest of the society, right? So basically, this is a much less studied topic, but I think it's equally important from a health perspective. So apart from this being important by itself, as I said, it's a much less studied topic. The second round effects, most people focus on the first round effects, but the second round effects on trust and demand for healthcare services is much less studied in the literature. So as Gianmarco already mentioned, there are basically two main papers, but they look at very different actions from the healthcare system that affect the demand and trust in the system. And they also look at very different outcomes in terms of health. So one paper looks at vaccination rates for outcomes, the other looks at life expectancy. And Gianmarco's paper looks at a different action from the healthcare system, which is this illegal sterilization and the disclosure of these events, and looks at very important health outcomes, which is prenatal care and infant health or children's health. And we know that these shocks early in life, these health shocks early in life, we know that they have persistent disease, we know they have very persistent effects in terms of health, labor market, education in the long term. So not only this is important by itself, but also from health economics perspective, we tend to believe that trust in the system is something very stable. And we tend to believe this because the data shows that this is a very stable variable. People trust the system in general and forever, so this doesn't change much. So this is data for Spain, from the health barometer from Spain. And what we see, I'm showing you here two things, the level of trust and security from the doctors, and also the information that you receive about your health problems. And what we see is that in 2022, so we're missing the COVID data, the numbers, so this is a scale from 0 to 10, how much do you value these things, or how much do you assess these two things? In 2022, the values are almost exactly the same than in 1998. So this is a very stable thing. So this is why it's very important to analyze which are the factors that are going to destabilize this thing. But of course, I have to make some comments. As I said, the paper is very well advanced, so I'm going to make some overall comments. My first comment is about the discrepancy with the previous results. So there are two papers that look at the same policy, not the disclosure, but the policy itself. So this is one element. And they find positive effects on health outcomes for children. So they find less reduced infant mortality in one paper, and they show improvements in health outcomes in the other paper. So the explanation, so they find positive effects, they find negative effects. The explanation you provide in the paper is that you focus on the disclosure, while they focus on the policy period, but also that you have new data on incidents. So I was thinking, can these two set of results coexist? Can you first have positive effects and then negative effects? If so, should we think that your results are a lower bound because it's a combination of the first positive results and the second negative results? Or is it that this new data on incidents that you have invalidates the previous results? So this is just some clarification. Then about the dates of the implementation of the policy, again, this is a clarification question. So Fujimori was elected in 1995 and the policy was implemented the year after. So you have this resolution that was approved in 1996. But as far as I could see in the empirical strategy section, the treatment variable, which is the illegal sterilized woman, is defined during the period 1995 to 2000, right? So, and I think this is important, this 1 year of difference. This is important because there was already an increase in sterilizations during this period. Legal sterilizations, because the program was not in place yet. But of course, these women can be very different from and this is a common trend. So this increase in sterilization is a common trend from, all over the world. But of course, these women can be potentially different because they are actually accepting to undergo this treatment. And so, this is your graph. So this is the number of sterilization. This is 1990, 1, 2. So from 1993, there was an increase, but in 1995 particularly, there's a kind of a strong, and then this is your period. So this is something you didn't mention, but actually there are 3 legal reforms in one, no? you focus on the sterilization and low cost, but at the same time, the same thing also introduces these free other methods of contraception. And I mean, as far as I could understand, everything ended in 2001 because he resigned in September 2000. So if everything ended, these three things, then could this free other contraceptive also explain part of the results? Because you document, you didn't mention that, but you document an increase in fertility rates in the short term. And so if families have more babies, then maybe they can devote less time to each of the babies, and that's what affects health and healthcare use, right? So this reduction might be driven by a combination of 1 and 3. And that's my last comment. So you focus on children 0 to 5. This is because of the data. And the index that you show is a combined index of these variables, standard. So this is age for age, and underweight, weight for age, and recency. Now, you don't find impacts on vaccination rates, which is really good because it means that at least it prevents these children from getting very severe disease. But then that raises my question of why do you find such strong reductions in child health? Because, you know, these effects, part of these effects have to be coming from, you know, the maternal, the reduced in maternal, the reduction in maternal healthcare usage. Because we know that height and weight are very correlated to health conditions at birth. It's very difficult for me to think about very strong effects on height and weight just because these people are not going to the healthcare system. Because these are variables that are not that much affected by access to the healthcare system. They are much more related to conditions at birth. So this is just interpretation of these speaker results. But anyway, I mean, again, I think it's a great paper. I already knew the paper, but I enjoyed again reading it, and definitely I will be using it for teaching in my courses.
So thanks a lot for the discussion. This is great. So if you want to use that paper for teaching, the slides are in my. So discrepancy with previous papers, they look at the implementation of the policy.
Yeah.
When we look at fertility, we do see a dip in fertility, but then it jumps exactly for the reason that you noted. There's a reduction in contraceptive use, and that opens the door that part of the effect is driven by quantity-quality trade-off. We have no way of doing it. And the other point that I wanted to mention was about the timing of the treatment. Indeed, the sterilizations are increasing, but still they are not made free in public health service institutions until 96. But the provision, both in public and private, on demand, is increasing. The data on Reviesco on the registry starts in 96. That's something that perhaps was not written clearly.
Yeah, so I think that
Yeah.
was a typo because in the treatment variable, in the medical studies, you define it from sterilization from 1995.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and the effects on child health, you're the expert on this, so I'm going to have to think a bit more on what other variables we could look at to explain that size of it. Yeah.
So it was trying to remember about the mechanism. So I can see they are supposed to be family. I like the honesty. During the reality. And then I learned that this will be not my. What's hard for me to see is how this would not so well with the impact of the policy at the local level. I can imagine the support of Fujimori in Lima.
Yeah.
That there is a newspaper, he liked reduction of poverty, he liked all these things that was supposed to be happening in the language that he never was. And now to learn that these guys were doing this in horrible ways.
Yeah.
You're trying to explain something in the interaction, that's what the local, presumably the local people are the ones that do the more. They should be the people for which the information actually is knowledge.
Okay.
Presumably, right? As opposed to the voter in Lima or the voter in that was actually not what was going on in the campus. If I did, I know that my cousin got panic sterilization with a sheet.
Yeah.
But all I see is that, oh, it's going down the campus.
Yeah, so two responses, because this is a very important point. So first, here what I think is going on is that voters don't seem to be utilitarian, right? So they have red lines, even though they get a lot of public services. There's a red line I don't want you to cross, right? So then I get disappointed. Now the news are available for everyone to read. Well, the argument that I'm making is that the people in these areas, actually, when the health workers came and told us, hey, you can go to this health festival, I say, hey, this is fantastic. No one has been here, right? So even though I didn't go to the health festival, I learned that the government is reaching my town. Then later I learned, right? So my argument is that the effect that I find is a lower bound, because people in Lima and people in the urban areas are also learning something and could arguably be responding in exactly the same way, but in a lesser magnitude, because I get kind of, it could be either less disappointed or I feel closely affected. But I have no smart way of precisely pinning it down.
Yeah, I think connected to that. So when I think about trust, I think that this is like a function of, say, your experience with the state and then some information. And I think I'm curious to understand why you thought the post period is post experience. It's like when the news came out. So it's more, and because your targets were 12,000, which is quite a lot, I don't understand why the pre-period was not really the real treatment period. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when sterilizations were happening. And that's precisely, I think, what Gerard is also mentioning, that you experience something bad, rather than hearing about it, you experienced it. So that's first-hand information. And then why did we?
So the argument that I'm trying to make here is that not everyone learns that it was bad immediately, right? Maybe the woman who individually suffered this learned obviously that this was very bad, but the information was not widespread. And this is the majority of my sample. And to support this claim, what I do is to say, okay, let's look at women who were too young to be directly affected by the campaign. The effects are exactly of the same size, meaning that there's gotta be something else going. Silvia.
So it's kind of related to that point, and then I was thinking about how to think about what is higher here, and then what does it mean by a higher rate of reporting in terms of the higher underlying rate of actual sterilization that happen. So something that could be consistent with the previous paper that I didn't know, but the discussion perfectly summarized that actually your control group is the one that has the strongest treatment, and the treatment group is the one that has weakest treatment, because they're more likely to report, but maybe they're more likely there is some so what I'm saying is that it's not necessarily clear who is actually the we might need some additional evidence on what is the rate of reporting, if the rate of reporting is monotonically increasing with the rate of underlying sterilization.
Yeah, so in the paper I have some evidence that shows that the rate of sterilization, and actually the data speed of the exercise with the DHS. One thing that I didn't show you is that if I use sterilizations in the DHS as my treatment variable, the effect is roughly of the same size, right? The forced sterilizations are a subset of the total sterilizations, but my argument, what I try to push in the paper is that there is no differential misreporting across the content. If you're worried about measurement error, I can also use DHS to instrument for.
No, I'm not saying what it's not a matter of interpretation, of like thinking about, even that everything is relative, like negative outcomes will be driven by, is it because it's actually like things are going to work in the treated group or are going better in the control group? I'm not necessarily worried about it. It's more about like
But this is an important point because the fact that we see that the effect is of roughly the same size, we using the DHS or the registry means that people in places where we don't know if the sterilizations that took place were forced are also responding.
Which is that why.
Which I think exactly goes back to Gerard's point, right? As these people saw the campaign happening, right? And now they learned that during that campaign, abuses were committed. I don't know if the abuses were committed in my town. I still respond.
They're still trying to figure out each argument that big campaign. So in the situation here, look, Fujimori is doing great things for the poor. At the same time, he's also sterilizing them. One of the things more silent than the other. Or, you know, Fujimori has a vision of progress that's very good for some people, and there are some other groups that at least the other class, but that's going to kill them, and the rest of the country will be much happier. I mean, these would look very different in terms of interpretation.
Yep.
And also in terms of interpretation, I mean, I don't know if you can do something, but I was trying to think, you know, are these disgruntled Fujimori supporters? I can come up with two interpretations that are pretty much opposite. One is like, look, I used to think that the government was bad, and then my hero Fujimori came in, and I want to use a movement with him too. And the other is, well, I still really like Fujimori, except that the other guys kicked him out. And of course, now I'm afraid of the current government because I know how we treated our opponents. Well, now my opponents are the government.
Yeah, if I try to predict the incidence of the campaign, the main predictors are what you would imagine are the targets of a fertility campaign, right? Poor, rural, isolated, average number of baseline kids per woman, about 7, right? There is the support for Fujimori is mixed between urban and rural areas, and that's why I didn't show you the interactions between my treatment and rural education, Quechua, etc. independently. That's why it is important to put them all together in a horse race, and there I show but importantly, the incidence of the campaign is uncorrelated with baseline support for Fujimori. So it's all over the place. The two interpretations that you have on the last result. Let's take it over for lunch. Yeah.
I mean, you show kind of sustained fair. The interesting question would be whether, you know, whether it's possible to prepare that. I'm thinking whether it's possible to look at its policy in 2015, that it's registered and trying to make the right for taking contribute. Maybe the answer is no, because it's very easy.
Very hard to get it back. I mean, the effects are roughly the same size, but perhaps I should extend the analysis period because there's more data that I could use. That tells you how long it took us to write this paper. But yeah, I should take a closer look. I mean, I'm an political news junkie, in particular of Peru, and I didn't know about this registry until 2020. So I would guess that it's not very well known in the places where it took to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it is important for choice.
Yes, absolutely.
Recommendation is be careful and those
I mean, the policy recommendation is don't stick to human rights. Yeah.
I know.
No, but regaining trust, I think, is one of the hardest thing and one of the things that we know the least about. I totally agree. Cool, thank you so much.
Lunch is now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So it's about
You know, and really better because again, I say, like professional from number of
stuff which is trying to figure out like, no, more so than yours was the other day, right? I don't have the day before, but then I had called and yesterday. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Now all Mac people are like, I have Mac, so yeah.
I don't have such things.
I keep cheating by this, so now they have this one.
Yeah.
One and.
I don't know how many.
I don't know that many.
I don't know how many people that will take on. And I use the like, for
That's the only way. Like that, I regret it, when they are done.
Yeah.
Oh, I just sent it over, so. Thanks.
Okay, I'll give you the name tag.
Okay.
Welcome.
are you?
Good.
Yeah. Are you not busy?
I'll just give you the to finish my discussion, or I had a question.
Ah,
Do I have
okay.
discussion?
Mhm.
Will the Jonathan present?
We don't know yet. Mandy from the CPR said that around 1 o'clock, she will let me know. So as soon as I'm checking my email over the time. So as soon as I know something, I will inform everyone. Okay, that's it.
Thanks.
Welcome. We chatted with CPR and she says, I have not had response from Nathan, so let's go ahead with moving the daily talk to 3 p.m.
Okay.
And then the workshop at 4. So,
I can eat.
yes,
I'm not good, that's fine.
yeah, no, you got me.
I.
Yep. Hello. Perfect, yeah, vale. Kare, ema ya kwa mwa lutu. Atara mo. La ya kudema wala kama. Wala wasa ya kwa mbele ya kalambu ya bakanta ita kasi kasi bila kubeka na bandi kana kan weka hivi ndani ya kalambu nenda kwa jamii ndio kwa ita ada kan ndio kusema ndio tunayo kama ndio kama yeah. Oh yeah. Ini bagian suka punya suka menjadi kalau kubanga babera baino kubanga bamaini how do they bani kujala biwa balikola bajanga abantu bayingira yeah yeah so but yeah so ya tu afraid ya soka kati gamba temba bas ndio mweza ngoja jadi bala dunga engeli meeting again ukawala stima ya wifi then olemu kuka ya manzo kibao Primona chale wali hapo ni mlonjo kupanga uweka nanga obanga wali makasina ile chomo kwa ukate bisa niko baada ya game acha kuondi acha kuchimba ngapi kubanga what we are going to do is enkondo zebajjana bajja zisibaya bajja ku isomero bijja kusimba bikolendo layini ya kwendenge then ngoja asasuaje ni yani kusema baada ya jambo lako sema ndio ya rekera wa kumanyira redi bakayaga wakati jambo basente kumukula ya kombo kubele ndio kusasa basente wenye sasa
Sì, hai non mandado así, sí, ya porque un speaker que al final lo mandan.
May I please request for the microphone in the room to be turned on?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I need to stop walking around. Sorry about that. Can I?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. And so monitoring institutions are in place to limit the risk of agency problems that might arise when we delegate decisions and spending decisions, in particular locally. On the other hand, some monitoring tools, in particular audits, are indeed costly. They're costly in many different ways. They have direct costs. So just to give you an example here, in 2015, Canada spent almost $24 million to audit its Senate, to end up finding only 1 million of improper spending. So these are direct costs, but they also have indirect costs in the sense that they can create what we call passive waste, in the sense that they add regulatory burden to government officials. And so I think something that is frequently underappreciated and we should be thinking more about when we're thinking about design of institutions is that there is this underlying trade-off between accountability and an efficient use of resources, where resources is not just money, but also time of bureaucrats, of people working in government that we don't want to overwhelm, okay? So this is going to be a very simple paper. I hope I managed to convey the idea. It's a simple paper with essentially one key idea. And the key idea is really to think about this potential trade-off and how this trade-off plays around with state capacity. So the idea is that we think that the value of monitoring, the value of audits, the marginal value of audit depend both on the level of misbehavior that can be detected and on the capacity to respond to findings. And we think that these two elements are both affected by state capacity, but in opposite directions. Okay? And we're going to have a very simple conceptual framework that really is just, you're going to see just repeating essentially this intuition. And then we're going to think about some empirical evidence that we think align with this idea that is going to essentially give us, this conceptual framework is going to give us essentially an inverted U-shape function of audit effectiveness with state capacity, in the sense that audits are most valuable in middle capacity environment. And then I'm going to try to provide you some empirical evidence, both from cross-country correlations and a meta-analysis of the existing literature on audit effectiveness, as well as some new quasi-experimental evidence from the United States. Okay. So, yeah.
Like you mentioned, Canada,
Yeah.
they spent like 20 million in Tower 1.
Yeah.
Is there like, in this conceptual framework, there can be also deterrence effect, so maybe they spend zero, that would be actually.
So we are not.
Receiving...
So in the simple conceptual framework, there is not going to be deterrence, or to put it differently, we're going to think about deterrence being having a second order effect. And because we're gonna, and also sort of in the empirical analysis as well, we're really going to be thinking about the marginal value of the audit. And then the idea that we're going to be thinking about is that at the margin, you can think of deterrence effect being second order, or alternatively, I'm happy to come back to this when you see the framework, that they would go in the same direction, meaning that the deterrence, the deterrence effect in Canada would be lower than the deterrence effect in Brazil. Okay, but I'm happy to come back to that. That's an important one. Okay. So again, as I sort of already hinted, motivating the paper, the way I'm thinking about this project and how it sits into what I do more generally is really thinking about this intersection between the theory of organizations, and so the role of monitoring institutions in organizations. That has been a lot of great theoretical work and also some empirical work in the setting, mostly usually focusing a lot on private sector institutions, and more recently thinking about the public sector. And then that's where I see the connections with the political economy literature that is mostly be thinking about audits, trying to look at evidence of audits as the effectiveness of audits as anti-corruption or anti-misbehavior tool. And we have some evidence that is sort of what motivated this paper of their audit effectiveness. And I'm going to try to convince you that most of this evidence is coming from a very specific subset of the work, where we do find audits to be effective, but we're sort of missing evidence of the effectiveness of audits from other type of countries. Okay? And we think that part of this might be related to the fact that indeed maybe audits are not that effective in other contexts. Okay. So let me give you what I don't want to call it a model, especially in the presence of some theorists in the room. It's really just a conceptual framework to fix ideas that is extremely basic, and someone has already hinted about what it's not in this in the framework. So this is going to be a very simple. Think about a very simple situation, which we're gonna. The key thing that we care about is the relationship of audit effectiveness with state capacity. So we're going to have a government of type S, reflecting state capacity, and there's going to be so there's a central government, and then there's going to be some local agent, a bureaucrat, for example, going back to the example of this morning, that is going to engage in abuse with some probability, and then this abuse is costly for society at a cost phi c, and then this probability of abuse is decreasing in state capacity. So think about the fact that more developed countries, you have less likely to have corruption. The government can discover abuse using audits that come at some cost, that you can have value or not in state quantity, and then auditing help perfectly revealing abuse, but then you need to do something about this abuse. Once you've found out about the abuse, you need to enforce penalties against abuse, otherwise audits are kind of useless. And the key idea here, the other thing is that on the opposite relationship exists with state capacity in the sense that enforcement capacity is increasing with state capacity. So think about having a successful system of judiciary proceedings or the ability to sanction bureaucrats. Okay? And so the combination of these two things essentially gives you this relationship. Well, assuming that the government is risk neutral, it should audit when the expected benefit is higher than the cost. And so when the idea is that basically the decision to audit is governed by this inequality, and so when state capacity is high, the first term shrinks, and so the government should not audit basically because there is not that much to find, and so the marginal value of audit is low relative to the cost. Vice versa, when state capacity is low, the probability of you have a lot to discover, a lot of potential corruption, but you really have little ability to enforce penalties against it. And so that's why instead in the context of, I don't know, South Sudan, you might not want to audit because sure, you're going to find a lot of misbehavior, but maybe you don't have judicial institutions that allow you to prosecute misbehavior effectively. And so really, the key thing that I want you to bear in mind is that what we are thinking about is this inverted U-shaped relationship that arises from these two opposite dynamics. And so in low state capacity environments, you have high abuse and limited enforcement. And so you don't get much from the marginal audit because you cannot enforce penalties. And vice versa, in Canada, you have essentially almost perfect enforcement, but very limited abuse to undercover. And so audits are ineffective, or potentially, again, they are actually causing additional burden through red tape or passive ways. And so really where we think audits are most effective are middle capacity environments. Okay. And that is where we have some capacity to enforce penalties, but also something to uncover. And that's where we might want to, when we're thinking about institutions, we might want to expand monitoring efforts. And so now we're going to try to provide you some evidence that the way we're thinking about this problem makes sense, and B, that there is something indeed in the data that seems to suggest that things make sense. So the very first thing that I want to show you is some very basic correlations that seems to be suggestive of these two key relationships that motivated our conceptual framework. So first, that the probability of abuse is decreasing in state capacity, and second, that the probability of enforcement is increasing in state capacity. Here we're just going to use data from very standard data from government. We're going to proxy state capacity as is frequently done using the government effectiveness index from the World Bank, and then we're going to use a couple of other indicators. One again from the World Bank, that is this public expenditure and financial accountability initiative, that basically you create sort of a standardized metric of countries' efforts in auditing and ability to respond to audit findings, which is exactly what we have in mind here. And the second, instead for the probability of abuse, we're going to use this integrity index that has been constructed by Erika Bolger, John Cogley, and Schleifer in a recent AR paper that really talks about very similar issues. And it's basically reflecting of a series of integrity practices in procurement, going from favoritism, bribes, and stuff like that. And basically, what I want to show you here is that, as I was mentioning, so on the x-axis we have state capacity, on the y-axis we have on the left-hand side response to audit. So in some sense, the probability of enforcement, and you see that it's a pretty clear increasing relationship. And then on the right-hand side, instead, you have government effectiveness against state capacity on the x-axis, and on the y-axis we have this proxy of risk of corruption or abuse that is decreasing with state capacity. And this is like really just to sort of motivate the assumptions behind our framework. And then the second thing that we want to do is really try to think about what we know up to now about audit effectiveness from existing work. And so what we've done is doing a meta-analysis of existing literature using a protocol that has been, that has been recently applied also to review research on education spending effectiveness. So basically what we've done is searching for papers that examine the causal effect of audits on outcomes that are sort of broadly related to government performance. And we had a set of criteria, 3 criteria. First of all, it needs to be a quality experimental design. So it cannot just be a correlation. Second, it needs to focus on the effect of government audits or audit reports, not audits of taxpayers, not third-party audits. It needs to be about the government auditing itself. Okay? A lot. You're gonna see the next slide. And the third thing is that you need to look at outcomes that are somewhat related to government performance or the activity of government or accountability. So corruption, fiscal spending, procurement. And as you correctly pointed out, oh, and by the way, I wanted to show you because I think this is a very useful tool also for PhD students. This website, Connected Papers, is called. As you know, ChatGPT is terrible for doing literature review or literary reviews, but this is actually a very good way if you're trying to find papers. You're iteratively searching for papers that are related. So basically, it is a website that has all the possible papers that are published or featured on SSRN, and it gives you iteratively searches from related papers. And so this is a sort of an effective way rather than just spending a long day on Google Scholar to find related papers. And so basically, yes, you have already hinted at it. What we find, we end up with a set of 15 papers that feature our criteria. And you can see that basically most of the papers, well, we have a lot of stuff on Brazil, 5 papers here on Brazil. And then we have something on Chile, China, India, Indonesia, Italy, Mexico, Puerto Rico. What we don't have, we actually have only 1 paper on the US that actually finds exactly what I was mentioning before, meaning that audit requirements in the US not only are not particularly effective, they actually increase project delay in procurement due to the bureaucratic compliance costs. And on the other hand, we really didn't find anything on the developing world. There is one, the only, we couldn't find anything on countries with very limited capacity. And something you might think about is that this could be due potentially to publication bias if audits don't, at the margin when you do causal identification frequency, you're looking at marginal change, don't have a big effect, and you will find 0 effect, then the chances are that we don't find anything because these papers are never written or published.
Okay, so the paper that Momoni set out.
Yeah.
So you take the state capacity of Puerto Rico or the US?
We take Puerto Rico. We consider it to be about Puerto Rico. So I would consider it a middle capacity environment, in the sense that in that context, it's not the US, the institution is local and the US has only a limited, you could argue that of course it helped potentially shaping the institution, but all the running, and I actually talk about this with Gustavo himself, and we sort of agreed that it's right to think of it as the capacity of Puerto Rico, not the capacity of the US. But so of course, yeah, sure. In the world, in history. So actually, audit system, so we get a sense about that from this data, which I actually recommend if you're curious about understanding a bit more about what type of things governments do from these PIPA initiatives. This initiative has, if I remember correctly, around 30 countries participating in the initiative, but it's actually kind of extremely common, even in developing countries, to have, as we saw in the first paper, some type of audit regime in place. So it's one of the very first things that the World Bank, you see in this recommendation of the World Bank who have as a thing to do to improve transparency and against corruption. Now the issue, of course, is that if we want to do causal evaluation, you don't only need to have regime in place, you might also need to have some potential good source of causal operation. But audit institutions are extremely common across the world. Maybe not the Brazilian style that we are more familiar with, but some form of institution that monitors public management of public money is one of the most common things to have. Okay, so last part of the paper, I think I should, okay, I think I'm good at time, is to give you some hopefully quasi-experimental evidence because that goes beyond what is already known. And so here we want to zoom in a high capacity environment. In particular, we're thinking about the US. Why we think about the US? Well, the US is one of the most decentralized countries in the world. The federal government transfers a lot of money to local government. And with that comes the presence of a pretty interesting monitoring structure for federal spending that is called the single audit requirement. So basically, the law requires that any organization that receives more than a certain threshold of money in total from higher level government has to undergo this single audit. This single audit is a fully fledged audit process where the spending of local governments of this federal money is reviewed and evaluated, both from a procedural point of view, but also from a substantial point of view in the sense of the fact that most of these transfers are earmarked. By earmarked, I mean that the federal government, for example, transfers money to localities to spend in schooling. This is the largest federal transfer program. It's called the Title I funding that transfers money to local government for schools. And these auditors would check that you're effectively spending money on schools and not on stadiums. Now, of course, you can imagine why the federal government cares about that. So this threshold has been increased over time, and actually the interesting thing is that the motivation why this threshold has been increased over time is exactly because of Congress worrying about the excessive regulatory burden that, imagine this small town or small village getting $100,000 from the federal government, having to go through this fully fledged single audit procedure, hiring Ernst & Young or another big four firm to do this process, spending a lot of money, and then probably not being extremely useful from a marginal point of view. And so the threshold is moved from 300,000 to 750, 50,000 since 2016. And now the important thing is that this is the total amount of money you get from different funds. And so this gives rise to something that is unpredictable. So cities cannot predict or manipulate whether they're going to fall on either side of the threshold, whether they're going to be subject or not to the audit requirement. And so the idea is that we're going to use it as an experiment to apply a regression discontinuity design to look at this. So in particular, cities just above the threshold would be treated and audited, and cities just below would not. Now, however, there is a slight complication here to a standard regression discontinuity design because cities can be audited multiple times, and audits can have a long-term effect. And so you cannot just use a standard regression discontinuity design. We just use this slight different variation of it, and don't have time to go into details, but it's called a dynamic regression distribution time that basically allows you to take into account of this dynamic, this potential dynamic evolution of the treatment effects and the fact that units might be getting treatments at multiple points in time. But essentially, the idea is that we are going to compare, we're going to identify the causal effect of a marginal audit, comparing cities that near, for example, T-minus tau were just above versus just below the threshold, but have had similar audit experiences throughout all those other years, okay? So that's the key intuition of the. What are we going to look at for outcomes? Well, we're going to look at, I'm going to have two pieces of data. So the first thing is that we have, for the pool of cities that do get audited, we actually do have the audit findings. So whether or not something was found in the audit. But of course, that would be only the treated group. So we need some control group. And so we're also going to look at other outcomes for which we have measures for the control group. And these are going to be budgetary outcomes. We're going to focus on the city, on the universe of towns and cities in the state of New York. And the outcomes are going to give revenues, taxes, charges, and various spending categories. Now here I want you to think about the fact that these outcomes might serve as you need to think of them as a sufficient statistics for the underlying level of impropriety of mismanagement and spending. So the idea is that the audit would, for example, as I told you, would check the earmarking of funds. And so imagine that cities are found to misuse funds. For example, they're using federal education transfer for admin spending. If audits found that, we would expect to observe changes in the allocation of money across categories. And so in particular, we would expect, for example, in this example, to observe an increase in education spending and a decrease in admin spending. Okay. The reason why, so of course, in an ideal world, we might want to look at other outcomes more directly measuring abuse, for example, corruption. The issue there is that we would have potential selective enforcement and selective reporting. And so that might not be an ideal source of data, and we don't have that data in any case. So for now, we're going to just look at budgetary outcomes. Okay? So the first thing I want to show you is that indeed crossing the threshold substantially increases the probability of undergoing an audit. This is not a perfect sharp RD, it's a fuzzy RD because cities can voluntarily have an audit even when they don't cross the threshold. Part of it might be to the fact that again, you've been audited 1 year, you are deciding, okay, let's just go on with this process and keep on doing that because you expect you might be near the threshold. The other thing I want to show you is that we reject any differential sorting around the threshold, and I explain you why is that cities are getting money from 10 different programs. It's very hard to know exactly how much you're going to make in total or to potentially manipulate it. Okay? So the standard assumptions are valid. So I finally get to the main table. So here, the way you want to read this table is that I told you, I explained the dynamics aspects that make the standard RDL slightly different. So we have the immediate effect of an audit this year, and then we have the full history of audits in the past up until 6 years ago, in the sense that it could be that maybe there is nothing happening the very first year, but it takes time for governments to adjust and respond to audit findings. And so we want to see whether being audited in the past affects your outcome today. And then on columns, we have different budgetary items that I mentioned. And basically the key takeaway, I'm not doing like Gianmarco, you don't see stars because there are no stars. It's not that I just remove stars. And the key takeaway here is that most of our estimates are quite small and statistically insignificant. And going back to our framework, we think this is consistent with our prediction if we think that the US is a high capacity environment in which the marginal value of the audit might be quite low. Something else that we do is to actually go and see for audited cities what these audits find. And what we find is that basically there is really nothing going on in terms of substantial findings. And what these audits, whenever there are findings, so whenever auditors do find something, most of what they find is minor errors or impropriety in how they report things. So they would write something like, oh, city person so-and-so did not report correctly according to the procedure X this spending. But we do not find any substantial fine. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
If it goes back into interruptions of stars, so then, is this an issue of power, or is this the basically, your entire database never does anything wrong? And so, good luck finding whether it's sectional or sectional squared.
So let me clarify that these are different databases. So for the audited cities, when we look at findings, we don't find any particular findings. These are budgets. So these are the marginal impact. So if you are a city right below versus right above the threshold, do we see any difference in your taxes, charges for services, total revenue, administrative spending, education spending? And going back to what I was saying before, imagine an example in which I come in and I find that you are not spending money that the federal government gave you for education, and you're using this money to pay personnel salaries. I would expect to find some, if that's the case, and the audit is useful to find this out, I would expect to find some differences in your spending allocation. Okay, and in terms of something else we could do, it's kind of hard to do the standard power calculation with this dynamic RT design, but based on so we cannot report the standard test, but based on what we've done, it's not about we have pretty precise estimate. It's not about being yeah.
It's not clear to me where we would see a declining misbehavior from the staff.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was telling you before. So the example is, imagine I'm giving you money. So the misbehavior here would be spending on wrong things. So not on the funds are earmarked. So I'm giving you money to spend on education. And that's what the audit is checking. It's not anti-corruption audit. Yeah, Title I spending is huge, for example. So think about, the comparison here is that, of course, we're comparing two very similar cities, right? Just below and just above the threshold. So this would be spending these would be two cities that are similar in terms of their overall budget. And then suppose that, one is audited and one is not. And suppose that, the audit finds that you're not properly using education spending.
For this data to be bind,
yeah.
You need to have a city that is only using earmarked funds for one of these categories.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, otherwise, again, I'm using all the earmarked funds correctly.
Yeah.
And if I don't like it, I would just take others who give me education funds. I want to spend them on sports.
Yeah.
Well, I take whatever I was using on my general revenue for education and I put it
yeah.
in sports.
So so that is about cash being fungible. First of all, it depends about how much money we're talking about. Yeah. But
need to be an accord. Say no, I cannot reduce my education funding anymore. So you should be in that. Like, you should be able. I don't know what you have to data, but theoretically you would be able
to reject whether the size of the funds.
Yeah, it should be the case if one of the categories holds 100% of the earmark. And then indeed.
Yeah, we could do something like, so I think the education is the one where we would expect to find, according to this, to your reasoning, is where most of the funds, like a big chunk of the funds, because that's the biggest program. But I understand what you're saying. We could do something more going in more disaggregated categories, which we have done actually. We're not showing it here, we have it in the paper. And even if you decide, we have not classify the categories you're thinking about, in the sense how much of the earmarked funds fall into that specific category. But we have done, and this is not just an artifact of aggregation, meaning that if we go much more disaggregated, yeah.
What I was saying is that if I am not at a corner,
yeah,
I don't see why
you would
big up for here.
Gerard, you had a question? Maybe I can talk, we can discuss it later. Okay, so let me just conclude because I think I have 1 minute left. So we study the trade-offs of governments when choosing their audit efforts. And so the key idea here is that we frequently think about monitoring institutions as being something that, are there and not just, we don't necessarily think about whether they're effective or not. And one key idea that we have here is to think about that the fact that they might be very effective and very useful in some contexts, but not in others. And in some contexts, instead, we might be potentially even adding burden to bureaucrats, for example, in the US, and not really producing any value. And so we think that there could be other policy. The key idea here is also to think about policy implications. And so we think that something that might be important to do in low capacity environments is things that complement the effectiveness of audits, in particular the ability to enforce findings. So for example, transparency and other type of practices that might allow to enforce misbehavior. But in high capacity environments, reducing requirements might actually be beneficial, and that's exactly what seems to be going on in countries like the US with the gradual increase of the threshold, because actually reducing requirements might be potentially decreasing burden onto bureaucrats, assuming that this does not have massive negative effects on the burden, as we'll point out earlier. Thank you so much. So you first need to you first need to open your slide and then expand.
No, go first to the Zoom and share.
Okay, thanks a lot for inviting me to discuss this paper. I mean, I've been following the other papers on audits by Sylvia, and I really like this kind of line of research, and I think it's super important. This paper I enjoyed. I think it's bold paper because it's kind of opening a box to making us think on something that it is very difficult to find, any evidence in the literature. Precisely for that, I mean, I think it's more like giving us a lot of ideas on how to proceed from that. My opinion in general is that the paper is super interesting. I'm not sure that I buy 100% all the conclusions of the paper, but this is also probably not the point, and I probably it's not even super important in the paper to have this causal evidence from the US, exercise. Maybe with a little bit more descriptive thing, you could be able to say more things. And at the end, is the summing up of the different pieces of the paper, the one that is giving us, a lot of food for thought. I'm going to say obviously, some things, but okay. Oh. Okay, so I said I think the paper makes an important point. So the effectiveness of government audits may depend on other indicators of state capacity, like the independence of the judiciary, whether you have, in this case, it's local government, you have active local media, where you have competitive elections and things like that. Now, at lower levels of state capacity, the results of audits maybe cannot be enforced. At higher levels of state capacity, maybe there is nothing, to detect. This has implications for whether audits should be, expanded or not. So audits might be irrelevant or even counterproductive in some situations. In this case, maybe it's important to improve first other dimensions of state capacity. Alternatively, audit effort may be, to hide in some other situations. So audits in this situation may be ineffective, maybe financially costly.
and maybe they generate red tape and efficiency. So maybe we should warn about expanding audits too much in some settings. And I mean, all of that us that work in universities, especially Spanish universities, we understand what is, excessive, audit effort for such small amounts of money. Yesterday, I was telling to the people that was having dinner with me that because, the new regulations related to the next generation funds from the European Union, now universities are required to ask permission to the ministry before spending amounts larger than 500 euros. So you have to, through an app, you have to send the permission, and you have to wait, if things work well, 2 weeks that they say, okay. And this is because apparently the European Union is very much worried about conflict of interest and things like that, but I really don't know how they in the ministry can really check whether there is a conflict of interest, with this, online communication. Okay, this is an example of red tape. Okay, I understand also that then there is a kind of thing that the paper is not, trying to explain that, but then there should be, political reasons for the use of those audits. And I mean, one is an overreaction to corruption scandals. The other is attempts to appease taxpayers after the expansion of the program. And the history of the single audit is because of that. So this appeared after the huge boom in grants to some national government in the US in the 70s. And the example for the next generation is exactly the same. This is a huge amount of money suddenly coming from Europe, and you have to appease the German taxpayers or the, okay, so the paper does its job by doing different things. So I think the merit of the paper is kind of the combination of these different things, because obviously if you look separately to each of these things, all are imperfect ways, they don't prove anything, but together they more or less convince the reader. So this is my point. So there is developing a theoretical framework that generates this prediction. It's a stylized but useful for advancing the argument. And somebody already said, yeah, but there is no deterrence. Probably it's difficult to include that, but I would try to include this, in the theory and in the argumentation. It doesn't need to go completely against what you see. Then it's going to review the empirical literature on audit effectiveness. Yeah, and it's showing that most of the examples came from middle state capacity countries, but really we don't know whether this is by chance, because David already asked it, how many countries have, all countries have audits. If you have a parliament, you have an audit office. That's by definition. So we can discuss whether you have a different type of audit institution, whether those audits, are, working or not. But every country has audits, Then they have a case study of a high capacity country, the US. Federal audits of local government finance justified by the fact, that these local governments receive, a lot of money from federal grants. They use regression discontinuity design and results no effect on federal budget outcomes. So as I said, the overall assessment is convincing, but it's not the last word. It's more like, giving a lot of ideas to start trying to do this in a more systematic, way. It's going to be hard because the problem is that it's difficult to collect data on those things. I mean, as I said, in any case, it is useful because there is nothing like that in the literature. Some specific comments here. Don't take this as like criticism. Are like kind of comments, things that came to my mind and that may point out some of the difficulties in the interpretation of the data. So on the single audit exercise, I mean, the lack of effectiveness may be due to many different things. One is simply to bad design. There was a report in 2005 by a committee from the House, so an audit on the audits that said that 50% of the audits were simply unacceptable or deficient. Okay, and there were different reasons for that. The main reason they cite this lack of expertise of the private auditing firm, because this thing here is that the government didn't have enough resources, they didn't want to create, didn't want to enlarge the government accounting office, with a lot of staff, and they decided that it's going to be private firms, okay? These private firms, especially at the beginning, they did a very bad job. They are not suggesting capture in any moment, that maybe there was, we don't know, but the job was terrible, okay? The 50% is a pretty large number, and this is still 2005. Presumably, this is going to improve a little bit after 2005, also because the thresholds are going to increase. And when the thresholds are about the amount of grants, but larger amount of grants means larger cities, and larger cities already have their own internal controlling, methods and agencies. And, the basic things agencies are asked, larger cities already do. The problem is with the smaller one, probably. Lack of effectiveness might be due also to lack of ambition of the problem, because when you do that, so which is the argument, the federal government is going to put a lot of money in the cities. Taxpayers are reluctant. Imagine some congressmen, that care more about taxpayers saying, no, we should, in order to appease them, we are going to do all this. Yeah, but which audit are you going to do? Just the minimum thing that you need to do in order to appease taxpayers, okay? So basically these audits are only focused on financial control, so checking that the cities have their own proper accounting statements, okay? Proper use of grants, so some, proofs that you use this money for this purpose, and procedural control. So checks that city has an internal control process, which is, okay. I mean, this could be okay. So this is something related to that appeared in the first paper, this morning, that it seems that just by asking that, you maybe are forcing, a better behavior, but this should be obvious, The goal wasn't to detect malfeasance or even efficiency, and they had no means to do that. And in the report, there is nothing like that. It's not, in the paper, they try to do it, and they do text analysis wherever. Yeah, you're going to find nothing on corruption because they were not looking at corruption, because they didn't have the tools to really look at corruption and find anything. This type of audit was not like that. Okay, and I would say in some sense also this interpretation as excessive auditing, I see it in this case also a little bit problematic, because the single audit purpose was actually to save on audit costs. When they state the purpose, the first thing they say the federal government doesn't have, all that money to do these things. And on the top of that, of course, we will reduce the burden on these small municipalities that it is difficult for them. So it's kind of the two things. And every time they raise the threshold, are the same argument. We don't have enough money for that, and the small municipalities can do it. So every time you raise the threshold, basically you are saying, yeah, only really the large, big cities that always receive this huge amount of grants. And for them, probably it's super easy to comply with all of these things. Another argument, lack of effect, might also be actually to the success of the program. Okay, because we have this history starting in 1984 with small thresholds. It could be that at the beginning, of the program, maybe there was some effect. So imagine that this is the case, that the municipalities in the state of New York didn't have the proper accounting, protocols and the internal control and all those things. And by introducing this, they started, to have the basic things. Of course, by 2005 or wherever, it's 30 years after that, everybody more or less, was complying with these basic things. So actually, we don't know. I understand that the problem with that is that maybe it's easy to get, the data you need to do the analysis for the 2000, and it is very difficult to get it for the 1970s and 80s. Okay, but we don't know. Okay. Thinking on the ideal test, that is going to be very difficult, so don't interpret that you have to do that. That is, if we find the way to do it, that would be interesting. try to compare the effect of the program at different levels of state capacity, because we tend to think that, oh, the US is high state capacity, Puerto Rico is middle, and I don't know, South Sudan is low, but within the US, there are huge differences. So I've been, working with California, and I can tell you, even inside California that has a, very demanding transparency laws, there are huge differences. For instance, in California, you have to, in theory, report all the information on campaign contributions in local elections. But only 1/3 of cities have this information online. Okay, so be careful, because there are huge differences. And probably, California is not New York or Massachusetts, but maybe New York is not Alabama. Okay, how to do it? So, well, I mean, we know that maybe in different states, there are also state audits performed by the state administration. Okay, the state is also struggling to decide whether to put more or less resources in auditing local governments. The interesting also news is that the state of California, the general auditor of California, for like 10 years, publish every year kind of high-risk dashboard of cities in California, because they started during the financial crisis because there were several bankruptcies. Last October, they decided to stop publishing this information because they said, we don't have enough resources and we have to put everything on auditing the state, not the cities, which means that there are going to be different processes in different states over time. We also know that local media, which is also an important complement of that, has been, struggling, in many parts of the US. And there is also this issue about the age of the program, when there is nothing and you start the program, maybe there's going to be some effect. Once everybody complains about the basic things, you cannot expect nothing more to happen. So I think the main difference in that is when you think about Brazil, or when you think about this detailed paper on the crackdown in California, in Buenos Aires. So this is about some places where there was nothing really working, and suddenly there is some surprise, somebody that said, now we are going to do a kind of big push. It's natural that you find something there, but not just because of the middle capacity, because it's like a surprise. It's the first time you do something like that, okay? And the real test should also look at the effect on direct outputs. So, and if you look at the reports, I would not try to look for evidence of corruption or malfeasance or inefficiency. I would try to look for the outputs defined in the goals of the program, which is like irregularities in the presentation of financial statements. You could say, okay, this is obvious. I mean, this is not obvious when you have the cities simply not being able to present, a proper balance sheet about the accounts of the city. In the paper, there is lack of detail, on the use of federal grants. So I understand probably there are some technical reasons why in the list of outputs in the tables, you don't have federal grants. But if something is happening, we should find it in the federal grants first. I understand the argument that this is going to affect also some spending categories as education, but this is one thing. So one would like to look at the future of evolution of the grant amount for these specific grants. And I understand this issue about the treated and the control, and maybe this audit makes things difficult because at the end, most cities are, audited every year once they start. This makes this design very different to the one in Abyss and Ferrata and Finan, which in this other design, what they do is that they look at the effect of being audited today on the output some years in the future for municipalities that are audited at that time, and then you have information both for the treated and the control. Here, maybe it is different because when you enter into the program, you never exit. Okay, that's it. I have some other points about exactly the meaning of an audit, but I think I exhausted the time. In any case, I mean, I think is a super interesting paper and thought. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Very, send me the slides. So in the interest of time, let me just collect questions and then we can hopefully talk outside. Okay, why don't we start with Gerard and then Giacomo? You were there before.
In the sense that if incentive effect that comes out of being fear that you do something wrong, and then we can stop and find. Precisely in the R&D, it should be present in both sides of it. Like it precisely because we don't know what we're doing one side of it, is what makes the R&D. So the same logic that tells us, well, 1 year before we don't know that we're not getting it wrong because we're getting funds.
Yeah.
Tells you that if you're above the threshold and I'm just below, it is to assign the same property to the auditor.
Yeah.
So we should both be paying on the whatever it is. So all of this, the effects that come out, the incentive effect that come out of fear of auditing and something wrong should be the same on both sides of the office. So the other people will.
Out of expected deterrence, I agree. So out of the expected, but once I'm caught, later on, that should differ, right? So if the audit comes, I agree with you that the deterrence, and which is also why we are ignoring it, also we don't have deterrence amount. So the deterrence effect that comes from the expected probabilities, the environment is the same above and below. But once I'm caught and only the one above are potentially caught because the auditor comes, that should differ above or below, right?
Oh, I see. So that,
Yeah.
How do we know where we expected the positive effects of audits to come out of deterrence? But that's not the world you want us to be.
No, I wanted to be in the world of like, what's the causal effect of being audited and so potentially caught?
Yeah.
So the deterrence here is this, think of it as being potentially the same, and think of the marginal value of being effectively audited. And so once you're audited, if you have, I agree, me and you, we were the same, we were potentially both misbehaving. I'm just below, so no auditor comes and no one finds me. You are just above, the auditor comes and finds you. Probably next year, the auditor tells you you're using money for school pens. You should, to pay teachers, now you should use the money to spend on schools.
So basically a world of learning, or being subject to the audit makes me learn things about the procedure.
No, makes you comply.
Makes me, it's an exposed, okay, sorry, so I was thinking about this.
No, I mean, it's my fault if I didn't make it clear, so, you know, Giacomo, please.
I have exactly the same question.
Great minds think alike, you know?
Let's take the example that, maybe there was going to be a really example to be tax audits. Okay, so you're saying, look, if I do a tax audit of, a large Swedish company, I'm not going to increase tax revenues. I'm sure. But the reason why auditing giant companies in which countries generate no tax revenues, they comply with taxes. The reason why they comply with taxes is they're audited probably once, so even for an audit to the tax agency as a routine unit that looks into this company. And then, I buy the result. I wouldn't know to interpret it in exact model you have, and certainly not the same.
So the way I want you to think about it, it's not, so this is not a paper whether or not we should have tax audit in Sweden. This is a paper about at the margin, should we audit an if we are thinking about it. So the paper, or especially the experiment.
The US government said we will do this many audits.
Yeah.
Now, condition on this level of auditing being expected, it turns out that each audit generates an increase in compliance. I don't know whether this means that we should be promising anything. It certainly means that we have a time consistency problem. Once the threat of the audit has established, actually carrying out the audit brings me down.
Yeah.
But it doesn't tell me whether we are majority, which they thought you were saying you were included. Now, because maybe the deterrence value from the this level of audit is entirely with it, and if you use all these roles as completely.
So yeah, so at the margin, so my main point is that, and which is not here in the model, but a way to think about what you're wondering about is that if at the margin, the deterrence, the potential cost in terms of decreased deterrence, as long as this is not, it doesn't go in the opposite direction as the curve that I showed you, that still, even if you include that, still you might save something.
It's very costly.
It is. Probably we have a different.
Put it in the model. Put it in a report back. Put it in the model. We would find what we got. Because one place your reverse shape curve is coming from is that in high state capacity country, when you are found out, there is an intervention. And okay, some of that is correct, and some of it is partial. And then if you think, well, in the United States or Sweden, if I threaten you with a tax audit, you're very well. And then so if I threaten you with a tax audit, well, I'm not so worried. And therefore, the deterrence effect is bigger and less. The deterrence effect is increasing state capacity.
Well, it depends on when so if you look at the experiments and okay, and actually let me shut up and I'm happy to discuss because the evidence on tax on the experiments, if I threaten you with letters and the heterogeneity across countries, is not in that shape. Actually, if anything, this deterrence experiment, when I send you a threat of a letter, are actually quite effective in Chile or I can name a number of countries and they're less effective in contexts where there are widespread beliefs about the effectiveness of the institution. But it definitely depends on the model you have in mind. You have Leonard, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah. Also be afraid that this might not be action. Which is, I mean, if irregularities could be detected in budget data by you, they could be detected in budget data by the state government and wouldn't need an audit. Now, I'm not sure how previous studies, including your own, get around this. I'm sure the different hasn't been around this, but I had a bit of a recall. Let's look at something super simple that's public information, whether there is a difference in the spending categories. But if you could detect the irregularities that way, like the audience by definition of community.
Well, I mean, I agree that that's we can have that. This is why we should, so probably if you believe that reasoning, we should not have any budgetary certification for listed firms, right? Because any investor could go up and download the budget of a listed firm and we don't need to pay certain people to certify budgets of listed firms.
But the idea is exactly saying, look, we cannot detect irregularity in the budget, which is why we need an audit. But then, if this is true, okay, the fact that you don't detect irregularities in either an audit or the auditor is very accurate. It's possible you need an audit to detect irregularities. Yeah. You can still go to the gap and see the results of the audits, they never detect any irregularities.
Which I agree with some of the point, which could be that auditors are bad, but in some sense I think that's a never separate question whether audits are useful or not. I need to shut up.
So don't address the comments, other comments.
I mean, I am happy to discuss. I don't want to take up more time, but I'm happy to discuss.
Give a few more minutes to address the comments by if you want to comment by.
Great. So. First of all, thanks a lot for all the comments. I think I want to say a couple of things on, the only thing I want to say is that, yes, we're definitely thinking about doing something more on this, and we have data on local media. On the age of the program, I am more, I mean, I agree with you that some of the papers that exist look at new introduction of programs, but some, you have other contexts in which instead, again, the multi-experiment with threat of IRS, audits. I mean, the IRS has always been there. You're just comparing taxpayers. Again, it's not about tax audits, but I think that you could still expect effects if you have some detection effects, even if the program have always been there, and actually we have evidence again from individual taxpayers that once you've been undergoing an audit, you do change behavior in the future. So I think if you think that it is not just about expected probability of deterrence, so it's not just a standard elegant Salmo model, but there is something about the path of being caught, even if the program has always been there. And I agree with you that maybe if we were just looking at what happened in the 80s, we could find bigger effect. We just don't have the right data to look at that. And the data are actually even worse. So again, we would run into the thing of like, oh, this is just measurement errors. You don't get anything because there is none found. And then I really like the way you frame I really want to write another paper, I think, because it's not here, but I really think that there is a very important point to think about. Why are these audits there in the first place? And I think part of our point, which I think you're sort of discussing also here, when you're sort of discussing the excessive auditing, part of our point is that even just the fact that the federal government has admitted this costs a lot, going back to our framework, because it's much higher than whatever you have on the left-hand side. And I think that's a very important point to think about why it's the case, and which is not, we're not addressing it in the paper. But I think it's like definitely related to what you're saying to the voters, and I've been wanting to write something about it in the future. For this, actually, I mean, I read about it. Something we have information about the audit firm. So in principle, we could look at whether including potential controls for audit firm, look at heterogeneity, whether you're hired a very experienced firm that has already experience with audits versus not, and we do something much more than that. I would say the lack of ambition is actually part of our point, in the sense that exactly what the point that we're making is exactly that to begin with, these audits are probably not particularly meaningful. And then, but I agree with you that ideally we would like to want to look at something, and I wish we had better data to look at something look at the irregularities. And that's, I mean, we could expand the text analysis to certificate and that. The reason why we don't use federal grants as an outcome is that's the running variable. And so we could look at the federal, and given these dynamics, it's kind of argument to look at it at T+1, given that we have all these weird dynamics. But let me shut up. Thanks a lot.
No, there's not, if you want, I don't think we need to break it up, but we can think find it. To get, ready to set up. If you want to kind of work for 1 minute. So this is.
But how will it be?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yeah, no. I mean. 1 second. Yeah. So pretending that you are.
This doesn't seem like.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sí, apretó por eso. Porque si no, como dices que esto mismo parece que se vaya todo. Es el mismo tiempo.
Pero.
Ah, pues estoy olvidado, porque si no, esto no está en el tiempo. Todo el cuarto y eso va al final no importa, pero podríais ver, claro, el texto de solo porque no tengo Ya me lo pensé, pero bueno, quería preguntarlo porque ya me pensé que. No, esto era más curiosidad. Esto era más curiosidad. Realmente. Ya, pero para mí era o la
Yes.
Maybe I should finish in half an hour.
Oh, really? So fast? Good to see you.
So this is, so we are here end for the first session of the workshop. So before we have the keynote by David on exporting the surveillance state via trade in AI. You know, I can't wait, I can't wait to hear what will be telling us about this. As I was telling him with the break, that many of the world problems, particularly security, we should be able to address them more effectively with AI, surveillance technology, like the situation in Sahel, in Haiti, for instance, citizen protection technology, and the different. So I hope the trade includes, those places where, improvements. Anyway, so David, as you all know, is a professor in economics at Harvard University. I tell information speak because yesterday, and so he has done wonderful work. Experimentation now AI. So here
All right, thank you so much for having me. Very excited to tell you about this work, and hopefully I will be able to convey some new style facts through some of the paragraphs that we did, and we'll come back to some of the policy discussion, which is very much a thorny one when we think about sort of international trading. This is about exporting civilian states via trade in AI, and it's joint work with Martin Baraha, Noam Yuckman, and Andrew Kao. So I guess the starting point of this project is the one that I guess at this point doesn't need that much motivation. We social scientists across the board think that there's a huge amount of potential for AI to transform the modern economy, and much of the transformation has already occurred in the last a few years, where AI really has entered into a lot of the transformation about how manufacturing, how sort of production, how organization has been operating. However, while it has a huge amount of potential to change or improve the productivity of the human society, it also brings quite a lot of new challenges that we need to deal with. And these new challenges people have sort of been put forward as early as sort of the beginning of AI even realize its full potential as of today. People have sort of speculated or worried that the AI might undermine democracy. It might sort of allow for even more powerful spreading or effective spreading of fake news, for example. AI might be a technology that can enhance autocratic regimes' control of the political regime and political power, which is we'll sort of talk a bit about that in more detail in a second. And AI, broadly speaking, has empowered sort of the quote unquote the civilians capitalist model, where the customers get sort of a huge amount of data being processed by the firms and hence potentially being expropriated and so on. Okay? So that's starting point number one for this project. Starting point number two, which builds on some of our previous work, which focus on the domestic environment in China, where we look at sort of this symbiosis or this mutually reinforcing relationship between AI as facial recognition AI as technology and the autocratic regimes of China as a political environment, where we show that sort of artificial facial recognition AI is a sort of a pretty special kind of technology, where it's a technology that really enhances or potentially can help the regime to remain stable because it enhances the state capacity. Not all frontier technology can do so, but some of many of the frontier technology destabilizes the regime rather than enhances it, and the AI has this feature of potentially enhancing the regime. And because AI is a technology that requires a huge amount of data to be improving or in terms of innovation and pushing the frontier of innovation, and to the extent that many of the government process a lot of data, and when government interact with firms to demand the services, the firms will have access to a lot of data the government has been collecting. In this particular case, will be facial data that government collects from CCTV cameras on the street. That really helps in the firm to push its algorithm forward, and that builds this mutually reinforcing relationship within China, where the firms benefited from working with the government by accessing data, and government benefit from the facial recognition AI tools that the firm developed by allowing the local governments in China to stabilize the regime even further by deterring protests or making sure protests does not occur at a high frequency. Okay, so what we want to do in this project or in today's talk is that, to the extent that China has developed these facial recognition AI technology that to some extent tailored for the autocratic regime's ability to control the regime, and to the extent that these are actual products you can sell and buy on international markets through trade, what is the international ramification when China starts to export such technology, and the rest of the world potentially share similar demand that they themselves may not necessarily develop this technology on their own? Okay, so this is what we want to focus on, the international diffusion of this technology and what's the political ramification of that. And again, at the end, we're going to think about, hopefully we'll have all these facts for us to start to think about then what to do about it, think about the trade regulations. Okay, so the project, I'm going to show you three stylized facts. This is pretty much it for this paper. It started with a data set that sort of try to collect as much as we can about the global trade in AI, which is not typically reported or covered in the traditional trade database. So we're going to start with a data set on facial recognition. I should also be very clear that we only focus on facial recognition AI. There's many other domains of AI, but here we only talk about facial recognition AI. Global trade data on facial recognition AI. And I'm going to show you three facts. Fact number one, China has a very strong comparative advantage in facial recognition AI. And this is quite unique in the sense that while China is a trade powerhouse, it does not have a noticeable comparative advantage in many frontier technology, but facial recognition AI is one of the rare examples where China dominates in this sector. Fact number two, autocracies and weak democracies around the world are much more likely to import facial recognition AI technology from China. And this is not the case for facial recognition AI technology that's developed in other parts of the world, such as the United States. And this is also not the case for many other frontier technology where you see this autocracy and weak democracy, a differential demand for that. Okay, so there's something unique about facial recognition AI that seems to be mimicking why the technology was developed in China in the first place, that the autocracies and weak democracies in the rest of the world potentially share similar demand. The third fact I want to show you is that autocracies and weak democracies are especially more likely to import facial recognition AI from China when they're under similar political demand domestically, when they experience domestic major unrest. For example, they're more likely to buy AI from China. I'm also going to show you some suggestive evidence that it comes with a package of erosion of institutional quality that not necessarily facial recognition AI is reducing the institutional quality, but it comes with a broader efforts potentially that the institutional quality in those importing countries are decreased around the time where AI has been brought in as a new technology. Okay. Questions on that? Okay. So let me first introduce you the data that we built, and then I'm going to go through each of the facts in greater detail. So the first data set, or the core data set that we need to put together for this project is a global trade data on facial recognition AI. We'll cover sort of as early as 2008, and then sort of the data collection stopped in 2021, but there's no reason we can't continue it even further. Facial recognition AI, or sort of in essence, sort of service trade in general, are notoriously difficult to collect or reflected in trade data sets. So facial recognition AI is one of the clear examples where traditional trade data is not very good at capturing. So what we do in this effort is to try to sort of build these trade deals from ground up. So to look at every single firm that would have been producing some AI technology, facial recognition technology, and see whether these firms have engaged in economic activities with an entity that's outside of the firm's headquarters. Okay. We did not start from scratch. So we started with the Carnegie report that's published in 2019, where it sort of documents already quite a large number of international procurement deals about the foreign government, for example, purchasing facial recognition AI from a company that's not domestic. Okay, the Carnegie report, while it's quite extensive, it's by no means comprehensive. So we're gonna start with the Carnegie report and then expand based on that. We're gonna look at all the facial recognition AI firms that ever existed around the world based on the PitchBook data that's categorized as facial recognition AI firms, and then we're gonna, for each of the firm, look at all the media reports, all the press releases the firm have ever sort of published, and all the online references to the firm, and see whether there is an incidence of the firm have engaging in some business activity with entity outside the country. Good. For majority of our sample, the buyer of this technology are governments, entities. Even if it's a local sort of firms who buy this technology, oftentimes it's acted as an intermediary, then they resell it back to the local governments. This is sort of not perhaps surprising in the sense of this. People think that one of the most mature sort of commercialization of AI up before the ChatGPT days is the facial recognition, in particular for its public security and civilians market. So overall, we're going to have 1,600 AI deals covering this time period that come from 36 exporting country and 136 importing country. You're going to have a pretty wide range of examples. For example, Huawei sell its facial recognition AI platform to Yanbu, a city in the Middle East, and or Microsoft sell its AI sort of solution platform to Kuwait. Okay, and you should think in the back of your mind, many of these sort of deals are custom tailored platform that meant to give the local government some capacity to manage crowds, manage traffic, and oftentimes sort of suppressing political dissident is not necessarily the front and center of this platform. It comes with then some sort of modules that will then allow you to detect a large protest and so on. But these are oftentimes just smart city crowd traffic management system where these facial recognition firms are building. For most of the rest of the talk, I'm going to sort of benchmark facial recognition AI with other frontier technology to think about sort of when I make statements about does China has a competitive advantage in AI, does autocracies or weak democracies has a differential demand for facial recognition AI. We're gonna compare that against all the other frontier technology as a benchmark. Okay, so for all the other frontier technology, our job is slightly easier. These are sort of we're going to take the OECD designated 16 frontier technology, and many of them are sort of not necessary service. So the reporting of them in the conventional trade data is fairly comprehensive. These will include nuclear technology. This will include sort of chemical and biochemical technology and so on. And towards the end of the talk, I'm going to also talk about sort of political unrest around the world. There, we're going to use the GDAL data. We also can sort of do most of the analysis using alternative sort of a global protest data. But our starting point here is GDAL, which is a fairly comprehensive global data set on unrest events. Okay. Yeah.
You have data. The retail companies that want to capture pickpockets, like the private use of students.
Yeah.
We have data on that.
Right. So in the trade data, given that the buyers are government, oftentimes we don't see sort of it's the commercial product being bought. Now, what we do observe, which is one of the key points that we wanted to make in our previous paper, is that in the case of China, where we do see exactly which firms are producing, and we observe that when the local facial recognition firms are working with the government and hence receiving a lot of government data to enhance their technology or their algorithm, the firms are producing better government software that's meant for civilians, meant for crowd control. But simultaneously, the firms are making better products and newer products for, say, a retail space tracking system. The government may not care about, but it's allow you to pay with your face. It's allow you to be able to allow retailers to track repeated customer coming to a store for you to do individual advertising. So those are the kind of things that are non-political, require the same sort of algorithm, but potentially adds a lot of convenience from a customer perspective, or adds a lot of room for advertisement for the retail perspective. So we do see many of that in the case of China. It's just typically these are not the products that so far it's been exported. In a few years, maybe they do, but given that right now the buyer market primarily is still the government side, it's the sort of smart city management platform type of software, which many of their main purpose is meant to do smart sort of traffic control to potentially reduce crimes on the margin. So there's going to be some public service in there as well. I mean, I think one of the anecdotal examples we knew from some of the example is that some governments, when they buy this platform, they were really meant to buy it for crowd control, also traffic control. And then during the training process, they stumble upon, oh, there's this additional module that's help you to manage the crowds during the protest. And then so that suggests it's probably not the explicit focus for some of these governments to buy. But typically this whole thing comes with a package that they then eventually potentially can use it for political purposes. Okay, any other questions on the data? Okay, let me actually show you. The first figure didn't show. So fact number one, ignore the title. I want to go back to this figure in a color-coded version of the figure in a second. But ignore the color for now on this figure. What I'm showing you on these two figures are the raw data of the trade deals coming out of the AI trade exported out of the United States. That's the top panel. And the facial recognition AI trade that's coming out of China, that's the bottom panel. China is the largest exporter of AI technology, and US is the second largest. Okay, so if you count sort of either the bilateral link or sort of the thickness of the link that will involve all the deals, you see sort of a pattern that China dominates in this case in the US in the absolute counts. Sort of there's about there are about sort of 20% more trade linkages that China has engaged regarding selling its AI products, and it has more than a sort of a 50% more sort of the total number of trade deals being exported out of China. Okay, we can do this using regression. Which we can then control for the rest of the world. We can control for, or we can benchmark against all the other 16 frontier technology to see, is there a differential sort of exporting frequency out of China relative to everyone else. Okay? So the way to read this table is that we're looking at sort of the whether a country engage in trade with China relative to the rest of the world. And in AI, facial recognition AI, relative to the rest of the 16 frontier technology, where you see that sort of overall, China the lack of significant coefficient for origin China means that overall China is not a strong player in frontier technology, even though it's the biggest trading exporter. Most of the trade is not happening in the frontier sector. So on average, frontier sector China is not doing any better than the rest of the world. If anything, it's doing slightly weaker. There's a strong negative coefficient on AI that's suggesting compared to all the other 16 frontier technology, AI is still a very young sector that doesn't have that much trade going on compared to steam turbines or nuclear sectors and so on. So overall, there's not too much AI going on relative to all the other 16. But the strong sort of positive interaction term between origin China interacting with AI is that relative to all the other sectors, relative to the rest of the world, China is differentially exporting a lot more facial recognition AI than it does with all the other frontier technology. Okay, so that suggests sort of China has a competitive advantage here, and potentially this is a unique feature. We can actually do this sort of sector by sector. So what I've shown you in this figure is that the red bar here is basically the coefficient here, which is the differential China exporting of AI relative to the rest of the world and relative to all the other frontier technology. And then we can estimate for each of the 16 frontier technology, does China has a competitive advantage relative to, again, the rest of the world, relative to all the other sectors. Here, for the other sectors, we can either exclude AI or we can include AI. It wouldn't matter. It will be a level shift. Okay, so the main takeaway from this figure is that there are two other sectors that China has a detectable competitive advantage in terms of differentially more like the export. Those are the two sectors that you see a lot on the news. Those are clean energy sector and nuclear engineer sectors. Okay, but the magnitude of China's advantage in those two are really not quite comparable with the amount of sort of dominance it has in facial recognition AI, which makes it quite a unique one for China.
Anecdotally, I guess it would go against your result, but aren't most of the other sectors, manufacturing and the AI, would be a self-service software?
Yeah. So everything here, all the other 16 that's included in the comp trade, those blue bars are all primary engineering. Yeah.
So I guess the question would be, would you be even start? What would you like if you had other services? Like,
right.
Software.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I might be able to capture, the one thing will go against it is if you were to do sort of, TikTok style, then, it's not necessary, it's unclear this is going to be completely dominated by the US. But if you look at sort of broadly speaking, sort of media firms or media services or sort of companies in Google's and the like, Comtrade is doing a very terrible job of capturing any of those. But to the extent that if you can sort of allocate all these sort of global exchanges or transactions in those digital services to the corresponding sort of selling countries, I think on average you would expect to see an even stronger. Yeah, barring from, I think, you might see some recent uptick of China with the rise of TikTok and so on. So that's fact number one. I should be sort of explicit here that everything I'm showing you so far hopefully shows you there's a competitive advantage of China in facial recognition AI, but it itself doesn't tell you exactly what's the source of such competitive advantage, and we don't have a way to disentangle that. One example of this, one sort of mechanism of competitive advantage will be, this is a home market effect. Such technology has a huge domestic demand because Chinese local governments need this technology for domestic political control, and such domestic demand push for these firms to move forward in the frontier, and in a similar way that we see many other home market effects, sort of products that we observe in other contexts. It could also certainly be that a conditioning on home market effects or the local demand, there's a differential sort of industrial policy style push that push these firms to the frontier. And there we see earlier in earlier paper that it is precisely the firms in China that receive a huge amount of government data by working with local governments are the ones who actually export. Not all firms export, but the firms who export, that the moment they start exporting can all be traced back to a huge dosage of data that's being injected to the firm. Okay, so that's number one. Fact number two. Now coming back to this figure, and now I want to focus on the color coding. Who's buying this technology from China? And now I'm going to separating the buying country into mature democracies. So you can take the literature standard cut of a country with policy score above 7. Exact sort of cutoff doesn't quite matter here. Those are the blue arrows here. The red arrows are countries that have policy score below 7. Those are weak democracies, fragile democracies, or autocracies. Okay, so again, U.S. on the top and China in the bottom here. For the U.S., if you look at sort of the share of buyers from the U.S., you see a pattern that about 70% of the buying countries of the U.S. AI, facial recognition AI, are mature democracies, and then the rest of the 30% are autocracies and weak democracies. I'm going to show you in a second that this is a general pattern across many other frontier technology, in part because these are expensive product, and you have to be sort of rich enough to be able to afford it. And mature democracy is very strongly correlated with the country's fiscal capacity. For China, sort of the pattern is already very much sort of more quote unquote balanced compared to the US 70-30 splits. 50% of the China's buyers are mature democracies, and the rest of the 50%, roughly speaking, are weak democracies and or strong autocracies. Okay. Again, we can do this in a regression form to see relative to all the other 16 frontier technology, the buyers of China's sort of facial recognition AI, facial recognition product has a differential autocracy and the weak democracy concentration, and sort of the positive coefficient here will suggest that relative to everything else that China is selling, there's a differential higher demand from autocracy and weak democracies. That's not the case for US. US again is the second largest exporter of facial recognition AI, but there's relative to what all the other frontier technology the US is selling, there's no differential autocracy buyers of the US facial recognition compared to the other ones. Okay? In fact, probably the more sort of shocking sort of thing is that again we can do this sector by sector for China, and see among each of the 16 frontier technological sectors that China is exporting, do you see a sort of a differential autocracy and weak democracy buyer among those sectors? Again, the facial recognition AI is the red bar on the right, and you see that this is essentially the only sector that China is selling that relative to everything else, there's a differential higher amount of autocracy in which democracy is buying this from China, and for all the other sectors, there's no differential autocracy in which democracy demand. Okay, any questions?
So do they sell more to countries that have stronger economic ties with China? Let's say a country in Africa that has mining.
Right.
And they want to better control that place.
Yeah.
For economic interest.
Right. So when I don't have a table here, but we compare sort of the China's AI linkages with two other sort of quote unquote economic exchange activities. One is infrastructure investments. The other one is arms deal. And the facial recognition AI sort of linkages from China looks much closer to arms deal than sort of infrastructure investment or aid allocation. That again would suggest sort of, this might be something that's more like have a political alliances angle that one might want to think about sort of facial recognition AI closer to arms rather than sort of thinking this is another sort of aid project that China is engaging in. Okay. I have something more specific to say about sort of the local political demand for this technology. And this in some sense is mimicking what we observe in China domestically. We see that sort of within China, when a local government experiences unrest, there's a substantially larger amount of local government's procurement of facial recognition AI following the unrest, suggesting that local governments wants to then sort of upgrade their civilian system to anticipate future unrest. Okay, we can do the similar exercise globally to see whether there is a differentially larger import of the facial recognition AI technology from China after the domestic country have experienced unrest at home. Okay, here we're not going to be able to do this so quarterly because the imported is more more crude in terms of time dimension. So every year this is the time dimension we're gonna look at this event set. Okay, so what I'm showing you on this panel is 2 years into a major unrest breaks out in any country, in a country in the rest of the world, and sort of the wax is showing you the amount of facial recognition AI that the country is importing from China. Okay, so panel A is showing just the countries that are autocracies with democracies. So what you see here is that while there's no sort of preemptively buying more facial recognition AI from China, weak democracies and autocracies start to buy substantially more during the year when the local unrest breaks out. They don't need to continue to buy this because these are service platforms. Once you buy it, it will last sort of for quite some time. But this is a jump precisely around that year. Panel B is showing you sort of a similar exercise, but looking at the countries that are mature democracies. Okay, so when United States experience a local unrest at home, US is not sort of responding to it by buying more facial recognition AI from China. And again, on average, seems to be the case across the rest of the world, where mature democracies are not responding to local political instability by purchasing more facial recognition AI from China. And this is also sort of a sort of particular pattern when the exporting country is China. There's no autocracies and weak democracies are buying more and differentially buying more during this time period from China rather than from other exporting countries.
So the typical idea of these types of products is I sell you the technology or I sell you the full security package, kind of the technology plus security consulting and so on. So
it's a mixture. It certainly comes with training. You need to train the Huawei, for example, will send teams to help and so I think the best way to imagine this would be sort of a very customized platform where you tailor sort of a platform that's already developed in China to whatever local demands that the local governments are buying this from. So that will involve sort of Huawei will send its team to the local government for months and then they'll work out a system that will tailor for that.
So this could perfectly reflect the fact that so something like, for example, I observe unrest. And then the marketing team says, hey, my dictator friend, here has a solution for your unrest problems.
Right. So I see. So what you're asking is like who it was. I mean, this I don't think we'll be able to ever differentiate whether it was the buying country initiate such interaction with China first, or is China will actively go out and sort of look for countries that recently experienced unrest and say buy this. news perspective, from reading news, I don't see that much sort of reports on, Huawei has a very effective sort of marketing team that just go around the world. I think it's oftentimes that, but it's hard to tell because you know who to ask when you need such a platform. There are sort of 4 or 5 very good AI firms out there, and most of them are Chinese. I should also mention here that to the best of our knowledge, there's no evidence of self-imposed sanction of the U.S. firms to say we're never going to sell our product to a autocracy. Who has already been selling to autocracy. The only cases where companies says we're never going to sell to autocracies, where those statements were made by firms who have up until that point never engaged in any activity with autocracies to begin with. The ones who have been engaging with autocracy sales never sort of put any self sanctions, and the federal government of the U.S. doesn't have regulations on that, at least up until now. So this will be a women's march, for example, in the U.S. A large women's march, large public gatherings, and yeah. Okay, so those are the 3 facts. Let me sort of spend the rest of the 5 minutes or so to think a bit about sort of the broader implications and what we take from here. The first one, and hopefully sort of just to rephrase sort of the facts that I show you here, is that the biases of AI imports in China coming from the global demand among autocracies and democracies in this technology very much reflects the supply side of why the technology gets developed in China in the first place. It's precisely because of the local political demands in China that push this from development. And then for the rest of the world, when you have similar demand for political control, you don't need to develop the technology on your own. You can just buy it from the market. Okay. I want to show you sort of one final set of empirical results, and this is very suggestive, but hopefully sort of show you actually the implication of it is more complicated and nuanced than everything I showed you just now. We can take sort of a standard measure of institutional quality. Here is we're taking the measure from NILDA, which is the national sort of electoral institutional quality. For this applies for both autocracies and democracies. Of course, autocracies that never have an election wouldn't have a rating on this, but any autocracy that have some reasonable elections will have some ratings about the media freedom, whether you can have sort of fair competition and so on. And then the regression here is a simple sort of a long diff in the sense of if you were to import a facial recognition AI from China during periods of local political unrest, we're calling this sort of imports of AI during political sensitive period. Does that associate with a decline of political institutional quality of the importing country roughly around the same period? Okay? So the negative coefficient here across the board suggests that not necessarily suggesting AI is the one that caused the decline, but the AI, the fact that I'm willing to import AI from China and potentially use it, it comes with maybe a openness of eroding sort of institution, more broadly speaking. The silver lining of the story is that when mature democracies imports AI from China, also during local political unrest, during political sensitive period where there might be a scope of using this for political control purposes, that does not come with nearly a strong sort of erosion of institutional quality as we see in weak democracies and autocracies. Okay? So that seems to be some sort of pre-existing institutional check that when you have a technology that potentially can help many parts of the public security and so on, but can also be misused to crack down on dissidents, it misused has a more scope to be misused in autocracies and weak democracies, but mature democracies maybe have a higher way of guarding against using it. Okay? Now the third. The panel is just the one that doesn't include many of the control for the path on rest.
No, I'm just wondering if the places that have higher risk, so when you plan the quality before they started purchasing AI.
Right. So this is a long dip. So I won't be able to claim any. There's not even a difference. So very rudimentally. Embarrassing even how many observations we have in this question. Yeah. Yeah. Year to year, that's a lot. This is one of the reasons why we didn't use policy score as our comparison score is much more stable than sort of, you're going to have pretty actually large swings of institutional quality. And this is a measure of 20 different dimensions, and we can use summary here. And in fact, every single dimension that you see sort of the similar trend. But there's this measure actually gives you a much larger variation than looking at policy score. Now, the final thing I want you to take away with this, and to make things even more complicated, is that no, in some sense, there's nothing special about China's facial recognition AI. US also export a lot of facial recognition AI, and if you're a weak democracy and autocracy who imports facial recognition AI from the United States during your political sensitive periods, that shows up similar pattern as if you're buying this from China. It's just on average, you're more likely to buy this from China because China exports a lot more. But if you happen to tap into the US technology, and US technology itself does not sort of guard itself against misuse. It seems to be the destination country's institution that guards against misuse, but it's not about sort of the who develop the technology per se, because those who buy from the US, as long as they're publicly democracies, they also sort of seems to be alongside this window of political erosion. Okay. Yep.
Some weak democracy cannot weaken just because of recognition. They are weakened because they are Republican and like terrorists.
Yeah.
But you know, so if AI can help control these guys, it's better for everyone.
Right.
So is there, you know, in looking at the countries,
yeah,
do you sort of look at the places where you have actual, you know, like terrorists or regime destabilized, not by principle kind of position, but
right. Right. So that's a good point. I mean, we could quite easily actually replicate this exercise. Instead of on West, we can look at local pairs.
Exactly.
Whether there's a demand. But I don't know that actually on top of my head what we'll find. Okay. So I want to
say that exercise with Israel instead of China.
So if we lump all the autocracies will export. I'm not on the
as the produce. I mean, there's a relationship between the security and tech firms that have developed around. Right. So if Israel as the exporter, right, instead of China.
So Saudi Arabia and Iran, for example, do export a non-trivial amount of technology. A much smaller amount, but a non-trivial amount, nonetheless. And then the rest of some small extent as well. If we lump all of them together, because if you're looking at a single one of them, the link is too small. You see patterns actually very similar to China, where they're exporting a lot more of this to the fellow offices. So it's not sort of, China is unique here because it's the biggest player, but you see a broader sort of autocracies sort of being supplied this technology pattern.
No, I was thinking about Israel to try to figure out if its patterns are unique to the big boost in the development of the technology in a setting without many control, where in Israel you have a similar development, but at least a little bit more institutional control.
Right. We definitely, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head if we would happen with a single out Israel, but Israel certainly is a big player in China. I sort of went by very fast on this figure. What you see in this figure is that there's a lot of importing content transcontinental in the Middle East. And in part, that's reflecting as anecdotally that people think that the Chinese facial recognition is differentially good at tailor its algorithm to Muslim business. Because of the extremely large amount of database that I had on the user and everything. That sort of seems to be shown up here, but more things to say beyond that. There seems to be a competition among them, those platforms. Okay. So I want to maybe end with two more high-level discussions. The first one, maybe this is a straw man, but to us it seems to be at least put some cautionary tale. We have been sort of, I guess, living under this conventional wisdom that trade integration will lead to some sort of global diffusion of liberal orders. liberal democracy as a global political order is very much a product of the global connections through trade. Now, we're not saying that sort of the AI trade completely unpanned this pattern, but to the extent that you can have certain products that really are autocracy enhancing, and if those products are a part of the trade system, you will have a force that precisely spread sort of the autocratic political regime through the economic integration that we have been since the World War II. I think that will go along to promote sort of the liberal democratic institution. The final point, which is the one that we don't have a definitive answer on, but just to give you a sense of how we've been thinking about this so far, is what do we do about this? How do you think about regulating AI trade? Now, the most general framework to think about regulating AI trade is to think about AI, face recognition AI, as a part that has some global externalities that needs to be internalized. Okay? The complication is what source of global externality one should focus on, because depending on the source of externality, you will need a very different trade regulation. And AI or face recognition AI will have different features that combine various sources of externalities that might impose competing forces or trade-off between these regulations. For example, if what we're primarily worried about face recognition AI is not about how the AI is being used, but it's about how the AI was developed in China in the first place. AI was developed in China because it's harvesting a lot of facial data that may not be collected using reasonable consent of the customer. Then we don't like AI because the process is being produced, and we're neutral about sort of its application. If that's our primary concern about face recognition AI coming out of China, then we should think about face recognition AI in a similar way we think about how we regulate sort of child labor produced goods. It's not about the t-shirt that we don't like, but it's about the way that the t-shirt is being made that we don't like. Okay? On the flip side, you might think that I don't have any issue about how AI is being produced, but what I have issue on is how AI is being applied. Then we should think about AI in a similar way about the goods that generating pollution. It's not about sort of the production process per se that I find a dislike, but it's the output of the production process that impose pollution externalities that the country is not internalizing. And we know again a lot of ways to regulating trade that involve pollution, but it will look very different from a trade regulation that try to regulate on child labor products. But AI will have feature potentially on both. The third way to think about face recognition AI, and which is very much sort of, I think, the way that the US government has been thinking about AI at the moment, is to think about AI as a dual purpose technology. That AI can be used both for civilian purposes, but also for military purposes. And then we need to regulate AI as if we regulate all the arms for weapons and all the other technology that might have this dual purpose uses. The challenge there is that while it might be easier to impose a boundary of what is a dual purpose technology when you think in the traditional military domain, it's going to be very difficult when you think about in a broader sense of what is the boundary of dual purpose for AI. To the extent that the algorithm itself might be able to apply to multiple purposes, and what is the entire sort of domain of AI might fall under dual purpose technology, and that might be sort of over regulating on that, which is in some sense the route that the US government is going. So I want to end here, but sort of the point here is that there is this sort of political sort of repercussion of internationally about sort of coming out of AI as a technology that's not political neutral to begin with, as it's spread around the world. And if we're to think about sort of the trade sort of responses to that, we need to then start to think very carefully about what do we want to get out of those regulations, and what exactly is the thing that one worries about the most. And I think to some extent we're at a very early stage about AI being applied to political and non-neutral domains, and we're at a very early stage about the abundance of AI trade, and the problem is probably going to only become more complicated as we move forward in the next decade or so. All right, thank you very much.
So quickly, So do you see some kind of market competition between the US and China where it's good for everyone, where the US, for instance, develop the civilian rules because there's growing markets in that area, and then force China to sort of move into that direction as well? You see what I mean? Because, you know, I think that crime, political, petty crime,
Yeah.
and also other use, you know, for instance, particularly by firm, it's something that might growing. And if there is high demand in that area, or US direct its investment more in that area,
Yeah.
that would create the dynamics that get China to change.
Yeah.
You know, do you see trend in that direction, or what do you think about this kind of?
So I worry about sort of the opposite effect this will bring. So imagine that the US government can impose, so far has not yet imposed anything, but it can impose to say, from this point on, none of the US firm can develop any technology that will ever be useful for autocracy regimes, autocratic regimes, and hence, you know, we're going to self-regulating. That's going to, and to the extent that the market demand still exists, the rest of the world still have autocracies that demands AI technology, which is a technology that's useful for your regimes to remain stable, then the market is going to be essentially eaten up by China completely. And to the extent that you want to have any say of maybe regulating things through standards or through sort of setting technological sort of setting technological standards, then you really want to have a cut in a market, and sort of self-regulating from the supply side, it may actually do the exact opposite of what might suspect. To the extent that we think that China will never regulate it, sort of its use in that domain. So that's what I think in this case, there's going to be more. There's going to be in many of the typical trade sort of measures. There's going to potentially be more backfiring effects than what it entails, and potentially that's one of the reasons why countries are so far being very cautious of acting on this.
I guess we're back to the case of weapons. So now we think that the technology that well, get the dynamics of
right.
It's the message the bad technology, but sadly, you know, once China is capable of making it,
right.
That's it.
Yeah. I think maybe I should be very careful of saying things here, that what I'm not showing anything about, because we didn't do any empirical investigation on, is that even just within the facial recognition AI domain, there's going to be potentially a lot of politically neutral gain from the technology. These technologies will build to control traffic flow, to control sort of crowds in for example, large sports facilities. It meant to reduce or at least deter crime in certain spaces where sort of street lights are dark and so on. Those are absolute, I think, sort of tangible gains that the technology might bring. And that's probably the case even within China, where the median person, when they think about the facial recognition AI cameras that's being put on the street, they're not thinking about the tail protests being suppressed. They're probably thinking about sort of maybe the marginal crimes that are being deterred because of technology. So the point here for this paper is that there is this tail political cost from a liberal democracy perspective that this technology can bring. And what will potentially make the overall sort of policy response even more tricky is that then you have to weigh against sort of the potential gain from reduction in crime, better traffic control, better crowd control, and so on, which we're not quantifying here, but anecdotally certainly is that's what the technology could bring. So.
Like, you know, having been a political activist myself, do you care if government know whether you are a troublemaker or not? Like, they already have, you know, they have your name, they know you are being surveilled. I mean, like, if you're a woman activist in Saudi Arabia, your name is already everywhere.
Yeah.
So yeah, now they know that when your sister what I'm saying is that maybe this will deter some activists to engage in violence, which is good because it against their interest, in fact, to engage in violence.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that, you know, the political game that we talk about might not necessarily as big as this thing.
Right.
Because, you know, we have old-fashioned way to control troublemakers just by knowing who they are, what they do. But if now we use facial recognition to recognize people we already know, you know, so anyways, could you?
Right.
Yeah.
So what?
Something different, not this is automatized and like massive amounts of identification.
Yeah, but then if you.
So I think that.
If the technology recognize 5 million people on this, you know, like that.
So deterrence, I don't think it applies to sort of, I think protest leaders or protest organizers are not the ones who this will be for deter. I think we don't show anything here, but in the case of China, we see a reduction in the protest size, for example, after in the size of the protest. So I think it's the marginal type of, if I'm an organizer, it's hard for me to convince someone who is marginal to say, you know, maybe you should be, because I'm not worried about the cost. So I think that's, I mean, then if we think of overall, there's a return of size to protest or collective action to political gain, then that really reduces marginal. The other one, which is very speculative, is that we actually see sort of the violence is political violence during period of election is part of the election. Sorry, part of the institutional quality measure in the index I showed you earlier. There is some hints that the violence during political election is increasing after the AI has been deployed. So in the case here, and our speculation is coming from two forces. One is that it might be easier for you to do targeted arrests about key players weeks before the unrest because you know exactly where they are and so on. So police might be more equipped on that. And then the second, maybe more nuanced version of this is that because of the selection, the marginal, maybe more peaceful types will never turn out anymore because they get deterred by the cost. Then the people who actually then turn out to any collective action are going to be the more sort of ideological driven, or maybe the not necessarily violent, but they're more likely to be maybe marginally be engaged in violence, and that might be also the condition of protests occur. Then they're more likely to lead to some violent actions. So I think the political consequence of this is more complicated on that. What I do think is maybe unambiguous is that I definitely think that having AI cameras across the city will reduce crime. Not necessarily political crime, but in general, sort of petty crimes and so on. So that seems to be reduced, and that's generating a lot of the public support of the median citizens happy with the AI being deployed in many of these cases because you do noticeably see crime reduce. That's a question about what's the tail political risk that one might be able to tolerate to trade this off.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so we are done. Thanks all for coming to pick up for the whole day. It was fantastic. And so I'm sure you have information about logistics for those who are local. But you know, what I can say is that we can take that other 5 minutes away to take some pictures. Realize that I mean, I like it. Yeah, that's why I'm coming up with you. So let's say something, you know, not for me, but for the future. And then, you know, those who are around, you can really organize something for all of you together, my chat. And yeah, and then later on, I will share with you information about new development at because I heard that, I don't know how I would say it, but I heard that we have been renewed for another 5 years. We have another 5 years. So another 5 years. So I think it will be, I will make sure that this project is enhanced, that we develop some innovative research program in. Keep you up there. Good morning. Oh, okay, thank you. So you could end up, you're gonna stay here.
Oh, yes.
Because
Let
I
me
need,
switch on my-
yeah, I need to.
You need the slides also.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, you don't.
Let's have the slides.
So, your Pakistani friend would be like, what is she?
Why is it-
Oh, no, this will become next time. Do people, we think not read, but anyway. Okay. You're leaving when?